Good morning, everybody. Trying to see who all we have on the meeting here. Commissioner Allender, Commissioner Rojas.
President.
That's it. I know Commissioner Sadowski and Commissioner Hill won't be here today.
Kobe, the others may have not picked up. There wasn't a link put out early, so I think there's just one now. It's been put out. So,
Okay. All right, there's Tyler just joined us. Commissioner Rojas, can you turn your camera on by chance?
Sure.
All right, I think we've got 4, so we've got a quorum. So Joe, let's go ahead and get started. Forstein joins us.
Okay.
That'd be good. And see, Commissioner Baker still looking for him as well.
You want me to start with consent cases?
Let me go ahead and just kind of get the meeting started, get my typical introduction in, and we'll get your rules going as well. Since we're back, seems like the virtual for a while. All right, so thank you, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to the December 7th, 2021 City Planning Commission meeting. Frankly, I hope you have all your shopping underway. You've only got 18 days left to get it done. So we appreciate everybody being here as we hold our City Planning Commission meetings virtually. Unfortunately, there are some conflicts with scheduling in the council chambers, so we're probably going to be in this format and venue for a while. But always be sure to check the agenda when you download it from the city's website, just to confirm. But we will always have a virtual component to our meeting, so just be aware of that. I want to continue to remind everybody the city is updating the comprehensive plan titled the KC Spirit Playbook. It's about halfway through at this point in time. So there's a lot of information, a lot of good things going on. So be sure to check out the website at playbook.kcmo.gov for more information. So the commissioners understand every project is important and unique. We also want to make sure we address them all with the attention that they need to build consensus between the applicant, public, and city staff. The commissioners believe we can reach consensus by being brief yet heard. So therefore, we have time limits in place for the cases that we hear, which is 5 minutes for staff presentations, 20 minutes for applicant presentations, plus any questions by the commissioners. When we move to public comment, please limit comments to 2 minutes when speaking as an individual or 5 minutes when representing a community association or a larger group. So as we get started, I asked staff to briefly provide some ground rules and instructions for all of us to ensure that we have minimal disruption and maximum clarity. So Joe, can you go through those really quick, please?
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The basic rules to follow are to keep in mind that all of us are participants in this meeting. There are panelists and attendees. Panelists are everyone whose box you can see on the screen. They consist right now of commissioners and staff for the commission. Panelists have the right to share their video and audio as they choose. Attendees do not. So when a case is called by myself and you're interested in it, if you're the applicant, please raise your hand when the case is called and we'll promote you over to a panelist position. Once the planner starts presenting the case, if you're interested in providing any testimony, if you're a citizen, for example, interested in the case, you can raise your hand at that point, and we'll promote you over when the chair calls for a public hearing. The promotion just works by you simply raising your hand in Zoom, and we'll note that and we'll get you pushed over to the panelist position. It is my understanding that when we promote you, you will be asked to approve that promotion. I think that's a new rule and or feature in Zoom. So go ahead and accept that if you've raised your hand. And it may appear as though you're being kicked out of the meeting briefly, but you will rejoin us. So do not worry about that. Once you're in as a panelist, keep yourself muted until it's your turn to speak. And then when you're done speaking, please mute yourself so we don't pick up the background noise. One other aspect to keep in mind is that the chat feature is to ask questions about the order of the agenda or technical issues. It is not the proper venue to provide any testimony on a case or to discuss the merits of a case. So we ask you to keep that in mind as well. And that's it, Mr. Chairman.
All right, thank you, Joe. And just let everybody know, I'll try to keep updated in our chat where we're located on our agenda so everybody knows that. So let's go ahead and get started with our consent agenda items and with the cases that want to be continued, please.
All right, our continuances on consent start with C1, which is case number CPC 2021-00050, which is Camp Bow Wow at Berry Road and Green Hills Road. Staff is recommending continuance to December 21st without fee. The next one is docket item C5, case number final plat 2021-00040. This is Denver Avenue final plat located at 4937 North Denver. The applicant is requesting continuance off docket without fee. And that is all the continuances on consent, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, any questions from the commissioners regarding continuance of those docket items? All right, so let's go ahead and open it up for any public testimony. If there's anybody out there that would like to speak on the continuance of docket items C1 and C5, please raise your hand and you will be called upon.
Mr. Chairman, no one's raising their hand.
Okay, we'll go ahead and close public testimony then on those two cases. So with that, I'll take a motion from the commission to continue those docket items, please.
Motion made.
Okay.
Second.
I've got a motion and a second to continue docket items C1 and C5, both to December 21. Lisa, can you take roll call, please, on that motion?
I think, Joe, did you say that C5 is off docket now?
Yes, it is.
No, sorry. That's right. C5 is off docket. C1 is to 12/21.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, and that off docket is without fee, correct?
That's the request, yes.
Okay.
So let's go back and start again on the motion and just to make sure. So Commissioner Rojas, you made a motion. You
Yes.
want C1 to be without fee and C5 with fee or
Yes.
without? With fee?
Yes.
Okay. And then Commissioner Enders, I believe you second that.
I did. I don't have a preference on the fee, but I'll second it as it stands.
Okay, all right. So so docket item C1 without fee to 12/21 and C5 with a fee continued off docket.
Got it. Commissioner Allender,
Aye.
Baker,
Aye.
Beasley,
Aye.
Crowell,
Aye.
Enders,
Aye.
and Rojas.
Aye.
Okay, it looks like the motion passes for the continuance of those two docket items. Let's go ahead and open up all the rest of the consent agenda items, please. And before you start, Joe, commissioners, if you don't mind changing your rename rename your name on there to add commissioner on there so people know who you are. Thank you.
Docket item C2 is case number CPC 2021-00179. This is a project plan for Staley Shire, which is located at 113th Terrace and Northeast Ranking Road. Docket item C3, case number CPC 2021-00180. This is for Summerbrook 10th plat, which is located Northeast 112th Street and North Stark Avenue. Docket item C4, case number CPC 2021-00196. This is a project plan for Highland Plaza East, which is located at 9731 North Ash. Docket item C6, which is case number final plat 2021-00044. This is a final plat for the Berry West Townhomes Phase 1, which is located south of Highway 152, west of North Winfield and north of West Berry Road. Docket item C7 is case number final plat 2021-00045. This is a request to approve Foley Equipment First plat, which is located at the southwest corner of 87th and I-435. Docket item C8, case number final plat 2021-00046. A request to approve a final plat for Bennett Packaging Corporate Campus, which is located at the southwest corner of Nolan Road and East US 40 Highway. Docket item C9, case number final plat 2021-00047. This is a request to approve a final plat for Staley Shire, which is located south of Northeast 113th Terrace and east of Northeast Ranking Road. Docket item C10, case number final plat 2021-00048. This is a request to approve a final plat for Mansai Square, which is located at the southwest corner of East Bannister and James A. Reed Road. Docket item C11, final plat 2021-00049. This is a final plat for Central Bank Sporting Complex, which is located north of Highway 152 and west of North Platte Purchase Drive, south of between North Lion Creek Parkway and North Platte Purchase Drive, to create one commercial lot. Docket item C12 is case number final plat 2021-00050. Request to approve a final plat on 2 acres for Better Wash Berry Point at the northeast corner of Northeast 82nd Terrace and North Flintlock Road. Docket item C13, case number final plat 2021-00054. Request to approve a final plat for Highland Plaza East 5th plat located at 9731 North Ash Avenue. Docket item C14, case number final plat 2021-00055. This is a request to approve a final plat for Better Wash at Tremont Square, which is located at the southwest corner of Northwest 64th Street and I-29. Docket item C15, case number CPC 2021-00198. Request to approve an NPD final plan for Bally's Casino, which is located east of I-29 north of Front Street. Docket item C16 is case number CPC 2021-00169. Request to approve a project plan for the Kelly Brook subdivision located on the south side of Northeast 108th, about 725 feet from Northeastern Avenue. In the case of all of these consent items I just read, staff is recommending approval as stated on the docket. There are a couple of changes staff is recommending to C3 and C4, docket items C3 and C4.
Okay, thank you, Joe. There's a lot of cases there,
Chairman?
obviously. Yes,
I'd like to also make some changes to C15, if we can pull that.
C15. Okay. All right, so let's go ahead, starting with C3.
I'll defer to Matt Barnes, who will be able to share with you a slide that outlines the changes to the conditions.
Okay,
Good morning, Matthew Barnes, City Planning Development Management Division. Let me share my screen here. Can you guys see that?
yeah,
Okay. So for C3, we want to revise the condition number 1 to read as follows. Revise and resubmit landscape plans to show shade trees that are at maturity 50 feet tall behind lots 558, 559, 560 and 561, as well as additional evergreens throughout the plan to allow for screening. This shall be resubmitted and approved prior to a certificate of occupancy for the first house built.
Okay,
Then for C4, we want to just remove condition correction number 1.
C4.
Just remove it altogether.
Okay, just curious how both of these items came up.
C3 was a negotiation. The topography of the land does not allow for proper screening. The houses are much higher than the road below. So we had a condition and we worked with the applicant to reword it to allow for something that I think will allow us to have a better product in the end. C4 is the correction number 1 is in contradiction to number 9. Originally, they had storage containers basically in an island in the rear of the building, and which is not allowed per the zoning. So we worked with the applicant to enclose them inside the structure. So
Okay, all right, very good. And then was another one?
Well,
Let me
Fu, do
go.
you want to go ahead and provide what the change is to C15?
Yeah,
Yes, please. Let me share my screen. Can you see my screen?
yep,
So on this one, this is the Bally's Casino MPD final plan. And there is a condition that we have been working with the applicant to make sure there's a trail that goes from the north of the property, which is along the river, down to either extend it to the east through the KCPNL site or extend it through the site along down to Front Street. So condition number 3 should be amended to read extend existing trail along the northerly property line to the property boundary to the east, or should an alternate route to East Front Street if an easement cannot be obtained from Evergy to extend the trail along the river. Show proposed trail easement as part of phase 1, but construction of trail be required with next phase of construction. And the reason is that they are moving forward with just doing phase 1 at this time. And the trail is currently under design also by Public Works. We will just make sure we'll get it with phase 2 to allow phase 1 to move forward. And the other request is to delete conditions number 5 and 8 at this time.
okay. All right, any questions from the commission regarding the modifications to these conditions on docket items C3, C4, or C15?
And if I may, this is Zach Nelson. I have one more correction as well. This is for C11.
Okay,
That's for Central Bake Sporting Complex. There's currently one correction. And this is listed as number 1 on the conditions and corrections report. It just asks that a water main easement be shown on the plans. That correction has been satisfied, and so staff requests that that correction be removed.
okay. Okay, anything else from staff on modifications to conditions on the open consent agenda items? Okay, hearing none. Any questions from the commission on those? I don't see any. Okay, so let's go ahead and open it up for public testimony on these consent agenda items that are open, which are C1 through C16. So as you raise your hand to speak, please state your name and address for the record, as well as what case you're wanting to discuss.
Mr. Chairman, Patricia Jensen with the Rouse Fritz Law Firm with offices located at 4510 Bellevue. Here today on behalf of Star Development with regards to case number C4. I just want to state it for the record that we are in agreement with Mr. Barnes's removal of condition number 1, so as it doesn't conflict with condition number 9. This is actually for a new Westlake hardware store in the Northland.
Okay, that was C4. You're
Yes.
okay. All right. Thank you. Any others?
No, Mr. Chair.
Okay. So we'll go ahead at this time and close public testimony then. Any other thoughts or questions from the commission on these cases that are open before us? All right, seeing none, I'll take a motion, please.
Chair Corral, move to approve docket items C2, C6, C7, C8, C10, C12, C14, and C16 as stated in the docket. Then docket items C3 with the amendment to condition number 1 regarding landscaping and screening. To approve C4, removing correction number 1. Also approving C11 with the removal of correction number 1, and then approving C15 with the amendment to correction number 3 about extending the trail, and then the removal of corrections number 5 and number 8.
Okay, I think we missed C9 and 13, or maybe I just didn't hear those.
You're right. Approving C9 and C13 as stated in the docket.
Okay.
Second.
Okay, so I've got a motion and a second for approval of the consent agenda items and modifying the ones discussed, which are C3, C4, C11, and C15. Lisa, can you take roll call on that motion, please?
Commissioners Allender,
Aye.
Baker,
Aye.
Beasley,
Aye.
Crowell,
Aye.
Enders,
Aye.
and Rojas.
Aye.
Okay, so it looks like the motion passes for approval of all those consent agenda items.
Thank
you. Thank you, everybody, for bringing those in, and look forward to seeing those come together. All right, let's move on to our regular docket items, starting with those that will be continued to a future meeting date.
All right. So the continuances on the regular docket start with docket item 2, which is case number SUP 2021-00058. This is a request to approve a special use permit for Sahara Sand, which is located at the northeast corner of Missouri Route 210 and the Birmingham Levy District Road. The applicant is requesting continuance off docket, and staff recommends with fee. Next continuance is docket item 3, which includes 2 companion cases, starting with 3.1, case number CPC 2021-00188. Request to approve an amendment to the Gashland-Nashua area plan to allow for rezoning of property 8532 North Oak Trafficway. And docket item 3.2, case number CPC 2021-00187. Request to approve a rezoning from District R7.5 to B1-1 to allow for a business at this location at 8532 North Oak Trafficway. The applicant is requesting both cases be continued to December 21st, and staff recommends no fee. Next continuance is docket item 7, case number CPC 2021-00159. This is a request to approve a rezoning from District B3-2 to M2 to allow for outdoor storage and resolve code violations on about 0.17 acres located at 908 East 5th Street. The applicant is requesting continuance without fee to January 18th. Docket item 10 is the next continuance, and there are 3 companion cases starting with 10.1, case number CPC 2021-00183. A request to amend the Midtown Plaza area plan to allow for a rezoning for Jamestown Square, which is located on the west side of Bell Street and east of State Line Road, south of 39th Street. And docket item 10.2, case number CPC 2021-00181. This is a request to rezone at the same location for Jamestown Square. And docket item 10.3, case number CPC 2021-00184. This is a request to approve a development plan for Jamestown Square, which is described as a 223 unit apartment building. In the case of all three of these companion cases, the applicant is requesting continuance to December 21st, and staff recommends no fee. And that concludes the continuances on our regular docket, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you, Joe. Any questions from the commission regarding continuance of docket items 2, 3.1, 3.2, 7, 10.1, 10.2, or 10.3? Okay, seeing none, let's go ahead and open it up for public comment. If there's anybody out there that would like to speak about the continuance of those docket items just read, please raise your hand and you will be called upon.
Mr. Chair, Sean Hall has raised his hand and I've promoted Sean.
Okay. Good morning. If you don't mind stating your name and address for the record, and then which case you're speaking on, we'd sure appreciate that.
Hi, good morning, Sean Hall. I forgot the docket number, but it ends in 159 on 5th Street. The continuance for
Yep,
the
docket item
rezoning?
7.
Okay. We as a neighborhood are completely opposed to this. Is there any way to just stop this right now? We have worked really hard to get 5th Street improved. We've got businesses coming in, and this is kind of going against our neighborhood plan. We've gotten away from commercial use, and we're just trying to keep moving in the right direction. There's supposedly going to be new development behind that, and we kind of feel that will impede that as well. So,
Okay, well, right now we're going, the thought is to continue this docket item. And from what I understand, why it needs to be continued is because it needs to have a public meeting. So we're hoping that the applicant can get with the neighborhood groups and talk through the project itself and work through any issues that you all may have before coming back to this body. So we're not having that discussion here.
okay.
So right now it looks like it's going to be continued to January 18th. And so that should allow plenty of time to have that public meeting and get the information back to the city staff.
So the public meeting then will be a meeting they will host, or how?
That's correct. They will host it, and they will need to send out notices to everybody within a certain radius to let you know when and where the meeting will actually be held. And it may be held virtually. I'm not sure.
Okay, I did get my notice in the mail. So this is an addition to that then.
Yeah,
go ahead, Joe.
They're required, because they're requesting a rezoning, to hold a neighborhood meeting. The applicant is required to host that, or the neighborhood association can in lieu of the applicant.
Okay.
And he has not done that yet, which is part of the reason for the continuance.
Okay, great. I think that answers my questions then. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Anybody else out there, Joe, that's raised their hand from the public, wish to speak on the continuance of these docket items?
No one else, Mr. Chair.
Okay, so let's go ahead and close public testimony, and I'll take a motion from the commission regarding continuance of these cases, please.
I move to continue docket items 2, 3.1, 3.2, and 7 as listed on the docket, and move to continue docket items 10.1, 10.2, and 10.3 to December 21st without fee.
Second.
Okay, so I've got a motion and a second. Lisa, can you take a roll call, please?
Commissioners Allender,
Aye.
Baker,
Aye.
Beasley,
Aye.
Crowell,
Aye.
Enders,
Aye.
and Rojas.
Aye.
Okay, it looks like the motion passes for continuance of docket items 2, 3.1, 3.2, 7, and 10.1, 10.2, 10.3. All right, with that, let's go back to our docket item number 1 and get started with our regular cases, please.
Docket item number 1 is case number CPC 2021-00175. This is a request to approve a council approved sign plan and district MPD master plan development for Bally's Casino, Kansas City Casino, to allow for a digital oversized monument sign pursuant to section 88-445-11-E on 30 acres located at the northeast corner of East Front Street and I-29. Olufu Agbaji is our staff planner.
Thanks, Joe. Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the Plan Commission, Olufu Agbaji, City Planning and Development staff. Can you promote Mr. Jerry Riffle, please? Is the applicant and rep. This request before you today is just at the northeast corner of the downtown loop. We're all familiar with the former Isle of Capri Casino, which is being rebranded to Bally's Casino KC, Bally's KC Casino. And quick picture of the site. This is the current casino as it exists. And this is coming off ramp onto Front Street from 2935. The Bond Bridge is to the north, to the west of the site. This is the proposed location for the sign, which we have already rebranded that to read Bally's. Back in, this came before City Plan Commission, I want to say April 6th of last year, and City Council did approve the rezoning of the site to MPD to allow for the redevelopment of the casino, and that was the rezoning did occur in July. The companion case that we handled today was C15. That was for the final MPD plan to allow for the construction of the retail center just within the parking lot. And this request before you today is for approval of a signage plan. When the MPD came through, we could not approve the signage plan because the sign did not match any of our sign criteria. We could not approve the sign either as an oversized monument sign because oversized monument sign does not allow for digital face. So the request before you today is for a sign that includes a digital face that's supposed to change. So this is the rendering they presented when we approved the commercial component within this development. And this is the renderings of what the cladding of the steamboat will look like. And these are just what came through in the prior approval. Again, the site is 30 acres located where the circle is, just off I-29 and Front Street. So request before you today is to approve a digital monument sign that's going to be located right at the entry. It's going to be about 265 square feet. The original request that came through you or that came to the city and I reviewed was originally for 300 square feet. They've reduced the size now to 265 square feet. They've also reduced the height of the sign from 25 feet to 23 feet, and they have moved the sign back, and it's going to be set back about 20 feet. So what this is, it's going to be a one-face sign just parallel to Front Street. So it's not going to be what you usually get as a blade sign with two-sided. It's going to be a single face sign parallel to Front Street where the red mark is. This is what the sign would look like. And again, it's 23 feet tall, and actual digital face is about 126 square feet, but the overall sign is 265 square feet. This is what it looks like during the day and what it looks like at night. And again, a council approved signage plan allows the developer, the development, and it's allowed for, and I can read this so that it's clear. The council approved signage plan approval process is intended to integrate the design of the signs proposed for a development project with the design of the structures into a unified architectural element and allow flexibility in the size, height, duration, number, and type of signs allowed. A council-approved signage plan provides a means for defining common signs regulation for larger or unique development to encourage maximum incentives and latitude in the design and display of signs and to achieve not circumvent the intent of this chapter. And Mr. Jerry Rifu will probably be able to tell you why they want and feel they should get a council-approved signage plan. Staffs recommend approval of this subject to, and these are the standards that the sign will be approved and operated under. Staff recommends approval subject to the 3 corrections, and these are corrections to integrate the overall signage within the development. We have staff had approved refacing of existing signs that were permitted, and this sign now will be incorporated. Those signs will be incorporated into this council approved signage plan that allows for signage on the site. Or that ends my presentation, and I'll take any questions.
Olafu, can you go back to the site plan showing where the sign will be located and how it will be oriented with respect to East Front Street?
So the sign will be the red dot, and it will be parallel, not perpendicular to East Front Street. So it's going to sit back 20 feet from the road. So visibility will come as you drive through, you'll be able to see the sign and go. So it's not intended to capture any of the freeway traffic or not to display for freeways, just to show what's going on the site.
And that's intentional, or from us or from the applicant?
From the applicant.
Okay. So that what you're showing there is a little bit different than what we have in our staff report. Correct? Because our staff report has it a little closer to the access road.
Yeah, they will move it back. So we, with further discussion, again, what you may have could have been revised to.
Sure.
They will move it back 20 feet. They will reorient the structure that you see. They will redesign this and change this, since this will not be matching the theme of what they are going for now. And that's why they're going for more of a corrugated look and something that will mimic and complement the proposed material they're going to clad the boat with.
Sure. Okay. All right. Thank you. Any other questions from the commission to Olafu?
So the council approved signage process, I guess, is designed for you all to be discerning with different size projects. Can you give me just an example, just to help me understand what would be a project that would be too small for consideration?
Part of the qualification for council approved signage plan requires that you have a minimum of, I think, 10 acres.
Okay.
And they do meet that. There's certain criteria that you have to meet to qualify for council approved signage plan, and they do meet and exceed that.
Yep. No, I saw that was the case. I was just curious, just to help me contextualize it. Got it. Thank you.
Olafu, I've just got a question. I think I've heard on previous cases that the council doesn't like digital signs. Can you give me just an overview of why the staff are going to approve this digital sign?
Digital signs are permitted in the M district, which this was before we rezoned it to MPD. So it's based on that criteria. There's a criteria within the code that allows for digital signage, and that's one of my condition of approval, and it has strict regulation. And I think Mr. Rifu will be asking for some flexibility on one of those regulation as he speaks. So,
thank you.
All right. Any other questions for Olafu? Okay.
Just a quick one, Kobe.
Go ahead.
So am I to understand then there's no other signage on the building that would capture the freeway traffic? Are we just looking at the design of the building to capture their attention?
I think in this case, we're just looking at the main monument sign entering into the site. That they, maybe Mr. Riffle can answer that for us when we
I
introduce
can
him.
answer that, Mr. Chairman. There are existing sign, and if you want, I can show you the current sign. Because the casino is existing, they were able to reface all the existing signage, and we did approve that administratively, because all they did was just change your name and then you change your signage to match those. One of my correction is that they blend that staff approved signage plan with this council approved signage plan, so it becomes one. We could not approve this digital monument sign as part of the MPD rezoning, which is why they are going for a council approved signage plan today.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, let's go ahead and introduce the applicant for this project. So Mr. Riffle, I see you're available and ready to go.
Yes, sir. Jerry Riffle, Lathrop GPM, representing the applicant. We have offices at 2345 Grand Kansas City, where I am now sitting. I'd like to also introduce Mr. Michael Donovan, our local general manager, who's available to answer any questions. We have worked with staff, and the MPD has actually been through council. We've also worked with council on the signage. This facility represents a $40 million investment of Bally's Kansas City. It's in an area where there is no residential, and it's in an area that's suitable for entertainment. We consider it downtown. It's going to be at the end of the eventual extension of rail on the river. The use of the digital signage is supported both by the downtown council and by Port KC. We have worked with staff very hard in regulation of the signage and making sure it's an appropriate site. We have used as a model for this entertainment area the Power and Light District signage, not in terms of size, this is much smaller, but in terms of suggesting the sequence, lighting, and other elements of the digital piece of it. It actually is pointed at the stoplight on Front Street, and it's our belief that it is a major element in attracting to this downtown area. There's only one other casino in Kansas City proper. There's a lot of competition for casinos in the region. This one produces a ton of money for the city, and we think it's entirely appropriate. So just to summarize, Mr. Chairman and members of the commission, this is a $40 million renovation. Mr. Abachi showed you the rendering. It's an extremely attractive facility when the addition and other changes are completed. There is a 40,000 square feet commercial center added, which includes retail, exhibit, added 4 restaurants, new gaming spaces. There is enhanced site circulation, a modernized exterior, new entrance, and not only that, in phase 2, we will put in an outdoor theater and hotel. So to us, and I would like to state to the commission, this is an ideal project that fits the reasons that the code permits the council to make an approval like this, and we'd appreciate your support.
Okay, thank you. Olafu mentioned that you might have some comments on one of the conditions.
Yes, sir. So the current ordinance was written some time ago, and it has a provision in it which, in our judgment, is pretty old-fashioned, and that is you can change what is shown on the digital sign once an hour. So if you time a car going by on Front Street, they would see only one image if it was an 8-second change of each exhibit, each showing. So we are asking that that be supported, 8 seconds rather than 1 hour. We think that that's an anachronism. 8 seconds and everything we've asked is based on the same technical specifications that were approved by the Plan Commission and Council on the Power and Light District.
Okay. And I'm just curious because I haven't seen a casino that didn't have any flashing or scintillating type of images or anything like that, lighting. So that would be that 2.3.1 on the conditions.
There will be some lighting, but they comply with the existing requirement.
All right. So it's just a concern about the
Yeah.
once every hour.
I might say also, I believe that Harrah's, which is outside the city limits, has a very similar sign to the one we're requesting.
Okay. All right. Any questions from the commissioners to the applicant? All right, seeing none, let's go ahead and open it up for any public testimony. If there's anybody out there that would like to speak regarding docket item number 1, please raise your hand and you will be called upon. As needed. So, does anybody
Mr.
raise?
Chair, no one's raising their hand.
No one. Okay, very good. So we'll go ahead and close public testimony at this time. Any other thoughts, Mr. Riffle, before we close all testimony?
No, sir. I think that completes our case.
Okay. All right. So at this time, we'll go ahead and close all testimony and speak amongst the commission. If there's nothing to discuss, then I'll go ahead and take a motion, please. I guess the big comment here is modification of the change of the image from once an hour to every 8 seconds. It's quite a difference, but in some ways it does make sense to me.
Yeah, I've got no problem with the change from an hour to 8 seconds. I think that's fine from my perspective.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm fine with it too. It brings up a question that I have. If anyone could has a quick answer for me, who oversees the digital billboards in the city or regulates those?
We do.
Okay, and what's the process for those? I'm just curious.
There is no public approval process. It's all set forth in the ordinance, and they can get often they need like electrical and building permits in addition to the sign permit to do it. But there's no, it does not necessarily require a council approved sign plan. Those are considered a different type of sign.
Yep, I was just curious about it. Yep, I don't have a problem with this though, and I feel like 8 seconds is even slower than what some of those digital billboards do.
Okay. Anybody else? All right, I'll take a motion then, please.
Move to approve docket item number 1 with the change to, I believe it was condition number 2, with images being able to change every 8 seconds instead of every hour.
Second.
Okay, so I've got a motion and a second for approval of docket item number 1 with the change as noted. Lisa, can you take roll call, please, on that motion? Lisa, you available?
Had to get my
Okay.
mic adjusted. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Commissioner Allender,
Aye.
Baker,
Aye.
Beasley,
Aye.
Crowell,
Aye.
Aye.
and Rojas.
Aye.
Okay, it looks like the motion passes 6-0 for approval of the sign and council sign. So thank you for bringing it in and good luck with the project.
Yeah, thank you very much.
All right. All right, Joe, let's go ahead with docket item number 4.
All right, docket item 4 is case number SUP 2021-00069. Request to approve a special use permit to allow for the reconstruction of a gas station located at 8425 North Oak Traffic Way. Jared Clements is our staff planner.
Good morning, commissioners. Give me 1 second while I share my screen here. Can you all see that? All right, before us, we have docket item number 4. This is CDSUP 2021-00069. The zoning is B3-2. The applicant is seeking approval of a special use permit to allow for the construction of a new gas station at an existing fuel sales site. They have met their public engagement meeting requirements. This is the location of the subject site in relation to the rest of the city. It's within the boundaries of the Gashland-Nashua area plan. More specifically, it is on North Oak Traffic Way, just south of 83rd Street there. This is an image from Google Street View showing the subject site from North Oak Traffic Way. The project will include the demolition of the existing building behind the canopy, while the canopy itself will remain along with the pumps. Please make note there's no separation between the sidewalk and the parking lot there. Also note the proximity of the building on the south of the property with the parking lot. So this is the landscaping and site plan provided by the applicant. It's not the most recent, actually. They provided a resubmittal this morning. The pedestrian connection between the sidewalk and the storefront, visible here. Get this over here. Visible here. And the fence, which I've provided the elevation of below the image, were provided by the applicant at staff's request, along with the landscaping and screening and trees. The applicant on those resubmitted plans did also provide bollards. I confirmed that this morning. There was a concern from the neighboring property owner to the south of the safety of his building from the vehicular use there. So they did provide those bollards. Let's see here. So these are the special use permit approval criteria. The applicant has resubmitted revised plans in order to address the remaining plan corrections and to comply with all applicable standards of the zoning and development code. The proposed use is anticipated to contribute to the public convenience, and the landscaping will likely enhance the area. Pedestrian safety and comfort will be positively impacted by the accommodations made by the proposed development. The noise, traffic generation, and hours of operation are anticipated to be compatible with the surrounding area. Staff recommends approval with conditions and corrections as listed in the conditions, corrections, and recommendations report. With that, I conclude my presentation.
Okay, thank you. Any questions for Jared? Jared, do you mind not sharing your screen there for a little bit? There you go. Thank you. Okay, seeing none, let's go ahead and welcome the applicant regarding docket item number 4. Is the applicant available?
Yes.
Okay.
Good morning, members of the commission. My name is Jim Sullivan with Sullivan Palmer Architects at 8621 Johnson Drive in Merriam, Kansas. Wanted to just say a few things. We've been working with staff. We feel like we are substantially in compliance with all of their requests. We do have a couple of items that we'd like to discuss here this morning. First item is the request for the new curb cuts on the street this building, obviously, and this facility has been around for who knows how long, maybe 40 years or so. And it seems to have worked just fine during that time. We've heard no complaints from neighbors or from staff or from really anyone on that there would be an issue with the fact that the distance from curb cut to curb cut may not meet current zoning standards. The distance is 115.5 feet from center line to center line, which we think is relatively generous. And like I said, it doesn't seem to be a hazard, and obviously it would be an expense to redo the paving and such to relocate these curb cuts. And we asked the commission to rescind staff's requirement for this. The other item is the staff has requested that we light the rear of the property. The building actually is only a foot away from the property line to the east. And it would be extremely difficult for us to light that rear wall. It actually has a cell tower facility to the east of us, which the neighbors have complained that the lighting level of the cell tower is actually bothersome to the neighborhood because it's lit so much. And we feel like if we were to comply with code, that it would be extremely difficult to light that 1 foot area and still not spill light onto the neighbor's property. So here again, we ask that the commission rescind that requirement. We have participated in a neighborhood meeting. We had some good conversation there. I think we've talked enough to the neighbors to know that what their concerns are and such. We spoke with the property owner to the south, and we've added some bollards. I guess there was a time a few years ago where a vehicle drifted off the parking lot and onto his property, crashed into his truck. So obviously he's concerned about that. So we added some bollards at that point. We feel like it's going to be a good facility, much of an upgrade to what's there, of course. And we're looking forward to getting this underway. Thank you.
Okay, so I'm trying to find on the conditions, the two you're talking about, the curb cuts is number 7. And the lighting on the back of the 1 foot, what condition is that? Oh, number 1.
Correction number 1, yes.
Okay. Okay, so thoughts on condition number 1, Jared?
Sure. Well, staff just has concerns in most gas station situations with the rear of the building, thinking of design principles in line with SEPTED. In this circumstance, staff did recognize that there is limited space back there. Normally, I think we would require some sort of landscaping that would inhibit traversing back there, a place where there's not a lot of eyes on it. So in this circumstance, because of that minimal area, it made sense to us to ask for lighting, since you can see it from the other side, just to ensure that they can see it. If lighting isn't possible, perhaps windows would be something that we would all be okay with, so that you can see through the gas station to make sure that that area is generally safe.
Can you pull up a site plan showing the location and reference of this building to the neighbor to the east?
Absolutely. Give me 1 second here.
If I could just interject, we will have TV cameras that are out in the back there against that property line.
Okay. I think staff would be comfortable with removing the lighting requirement as long as there are cameras back there, since it is lit from the cell tower that is to the east here.
Okay. All right, so let's talk about then number 7, condition 7.
Good morning, Commissioners. This is Stacy Lowe, Division Manager of Land Development. This was my correction on the plan. As the applicant has already stated, these driveways are too close together to meet the city's current standards. We would typically ask that they meet the requirements of APWA 5200 for an arterial, which is what North Oak would be classified as. I believe that means that we would be asking for a minimum of 300 feet between driveway entrances. We're not asking to remove both the entrances off of the property, just one of the entrances.
Okay.
We felt that this was a justified ask on this project since the applicant is redeveloping this entire site and building a new building. The existing building and the existing canopy, from our understanding, will be demolished and replaced as part of this project.
Yeah. Okay.
We have read through some of the literature, and I know that in the APWA literature, I can't remember what it is, and maybe Stacy, you could remind me that they do have curb cut numbers for properties of different dimensions, and I believe there is a statement on a document that says that if a property is more than 150 feet long, that there can be 2 entrances. Do you recall that?
I do not recall that and will not comment on that at this point. Any waivers to APWA 5200 cannot be granted by the City Planning Commission. They would need to be evaluated by the Transportation and Development Committee through Public Works, which handles all design requirement waivers for that document.
Yeah.
Can I ask for clarification? I thought I heard Jared say that the canopy and pumps were staying. They were not going to be demolished and rebuilt. But I just heard, I thought in the conversation just now that the canopy was going to be demolished.
That's my understanding. I think the applicant can maybe confirm, Mr. Sullivan.
Yes, the canopies and pumps will remain according to our plan.
So then does that make a difference with the discussion on the curb cuts?
Commissioner Beasley, I don't believe it does. I think honestly, these curb cuts could be a safety issue with the proximity they are together and the amount of traffic that uses North Oak. North Oak is one of the busiest arterials in the Kansas City Northland, as Chairman Crowell can help attest to. And 2 driveways that close together from a commercial property does not give me a sense of a safe design. That's part of the reason I felt obligated to bring it up.
Which is perfectly fine. I'm glad you did. I was just trying to clarify if the canopy made a difference in that discussion of the curb cuts. So it does not, so I'm fine. Thank you, Stacy.
Stacy, have you looked at any sort of traffic issues? Have there been accidents at this location? Obviously, this station has been around for many years. It may be not in accordance with current standards, but obviously at one time it met a standard. I was just wondering if there have been many accidents due to the curb cuts here. It does have a track record.
I'm not going to comment on that statement since it's not part of my responsibility to evaluate the traffic studies or the traffic direct impacts on the site. That would need to be something that Jeff Bryan could comment on if he's available and is comfortable doing so.
I might be totally missing this whole thing. So I'm having a hard time understanding how this would function with how a gas station would function with one curb cut. Is that the case? Trying to reduce it from 2 to 1?
No, it's just modifying the curb cuts to have a proper distance between the 2.
So it is just expanding the one on the furthest south side then?
Yes.
By a matter of what looks to be a small amount, correct? And then does that affect the light pole that's there?
If I could mention that Stacy did say that she wants 300 feet between curb cuts. Our property is only 200 feet long. So that would require only one curb cut.
That's my confusion as well. It seems as though the property is not going to allow for what's required. And I can't understand how a gas station could operate with just one entrance and exit. And then additionally, while I much prefer the idea of continuing having a buffer, a landscape buffer in between the sidewalk, this is, I mean, just looking at Google Maps, if the pumps are staying, it seems as though I'd be curious to know if the gas station was built in such a way that there's still enough space for a car and that buffer. I would much prefer the buffer to exist. It just looks really tight. In one of the Google Street View images, there's a car, and it doesn't appear as though there might not be sufficient space. Again, I would prefer it, but we might be requiring something that isn't possible.
Are you talking about, Commissioner Enders, the buffer between the pumps and the sidewalk?
Between the street and the sidewalk.
There is no existing buffer, and to my knowledge, no space to put one, and the applicant has expressed that they do not want to put one because it will take up too much space from their property.
Gotcha, that would make sense. I thought
the intent was actually to create a fence in between the sidewalk and the drive for the pumps. Currently, obviously, we don't want cars going up on the sidewalk. It was Jared's suggestion that we provide some sort of buffer, and we have settled on a fence to provide that buffer. So it would obviously help keep cars where they should go and the people on the sidewalk where they are, and hopefully not mix the two.
Yeah, when I look at the landscaping plan with the trees, and I might have just misread this, I wasn't sure which side it appeared that the buffer, based upon where the trees are and the canopies of the trees are, we're in between North Oak Traffic Way and then presumably the sidewalk or the parking lot. And that's the way it looks in the landscaping plan to me, but that doesn't look possible to me. But again, I should probably trust your all's these measurements on here.
I believe on Google Street View, the whole strip between the sidewalk and the street is paved, and I think part of this project will be installing those trees there between the sidewalk and the street.
Totally understand that part. It just doesn't appear that the space is that there's that much space available based upon the way that the gas station was built so close to the street. It doesn't look like it's going to accommodate that just from my eye.
I don't recall exactly. I think there's approximately 6 feet between the sidewalk and the curb.
And then how wide is this is Joe, how wide, Jim, is the sidewalk? Because the landscape plan that is being referenced doesn't show dimensions for the sidewalk and that landscape strip. So if you could clarify the width, that would be helpful, I think, for the commission.
I don't, without looking at my notes, I couldn't tell you exactly, but I believe it's approximately 4 feet.
The sidewalk would need to be a minimum of 5 feet wide at the back of her to meet the city's requirements for ADA accessibility.
Stacy, it's shown on the landscape plan as separated from the curb.
Yeah, that's what the landscape plan shows. And I'm at the, on Google Street View, I'm at the north corner looking south, and it just, you can see how it would be nice to line up the sidewalk with the rest of the road. And that's why I'm in favor of it. But if you kind of envision that sidewalk being followed with the buffer in between the street and the sidewalk, it does not look as though that's possible. So I think it might make sense to go ahead and continue this, but because it seems as though this stuff doesn't line up. That said, I don't see how we can take an existing gas station that seems to be functioning, and then because they're going through an SUP, because I presume the scale of the redevelopment is large enough that we're having to look at this since it's already operating currently. I mean, I'd hate to make it a non-viable project, but so I'm in support of it, but I think there are too many things right now for us to tease out.
From what I can see, Tyler, I just calibrated the measurement tool and it looks as though that sidewalk is 5 feet wide on my review software. So I think the landscaping is there. So I think that leaves the concern just being the 2 entrances. If the commission is supportive of continuing this to rectify the entrances, then we can do so. But I just wanted to let everyone know that I did measure that. It seems to be 5 feet, which Stacy stated as the width necessary.
I think I just need to understand, kind of like Tyler's asking, is you've got 2 entrances now. If we update it to the APWA, that limits it down to 1 entrance. Is that what we're looking for, Stacy, or do we need to get the Transportation Development Committee to look at this and allow it to keep the 2 entrances?
My recommendation would be allow Transportation Development Committee to look at it to verify they would be comfortable allowing the 2 entrances to remain. They may request that the southern entrance be pushed further to the south to maximize the distance as much as possible while staying within their property, which I think is possible, but I think there needs to be additional review of this.
I guess I'm curious as to why that review hasn't been done already. I mean, my objection has been part of my staff review for some time now.
Yeah, I just, up and down North Oak, there's driveways all the way up and down the roadway there. And it does cause, concerns with traffic as you move north and south. And there's an effort going on to try to upgrade North Oak. At this time, it seems like there's a overarching thing that needs to happen with North Oak, or what's going on with that we need some kind of direction with that from our standpoint. And frankly, I think my suggestion would be that we leave the condition like it is, but ask that the applicant talk to the Transportation Development Committee. If they say that 2 is fine, that's all right. Otherwise, I think we go back to the 1. So we go ahead and at least push the project forward and then allow the other committee to take a look at it.
I'd like to do that as well. I like to try and stick to standards as much as possible, but with a review. And I don't think we can do that review here. So.
Yeah.
Yeah, that works for me. And I just don't think makes sense to make them have to, I think they'd have to remove a street light to get that driveway moved 10 feet over. So, I don't think it should be required, but I'm happy to move it forward and let someone else decide.
Okay. Any other questions from the commission on this case?
No, I would support that action as well.
Okay. So at this time, let's go ahead and open it up for any public testimony. If there's anybody out there that would like to speak regarding docket item number 4, please raise your hand. You will be called upon.
Mr. Chair, no one's raising their hand.
Okay, so we'll go ahead and close public testimony. Any other thoughts, Mr. Sullivan, on this project? Does that make sense to you, what we're kind of stating on this regarding the driveways?
Yes, I understand the position that you're in. Obviously, I'm disappointed that this wasn't discussed with the relevant, entities before this meeting. Obviously, if we're going to be nowhere near 300 feet from center line to center line, and the fact that we're 115 feet, and if we move it, we're going to be 125 feet. I'm not sure what the benefit of that would be. So like I said, I'm a bit disappointed. I would be disappointed if this was found to be a quote improvement if we move the curb over slightly. I mean, like I said, this is going to be nowhere near 300 feet from center line to center line. I hope that you would consider that.
Yeah, I totally understand. And the Transportation Development Committee is something that runs parallel to us. And it's actually comprised of city staff folks that can make that decision on our behalf. And that's why we're suggesting that maybe take it to them and get that decision finalized through them. And, you know, we're fine with the project from a land use standpoint, I believe, and a special use permit. We just need to make sure that the driveway piece matches what the, you know, the staff leaders want to do along North Oak Traffic Way. So in essence, we're kind of setting a precedence here and just need to make sure we are consistent with everybody along that whole corridor.
Thank you.
All right, so at this time, let's go ahead and close all testimony. And if there's any discussion with the commission, let's have it. Otherwise, I'll take a motion, please.
So the only agreed upon is to remove correction 1, which is the lighting.
Yeah, and I think we would amend number 7. You know, that with the condition that stays in place, but really we're going to follow the recommendation of the Transportation Development Committee.
Okay. I move to approve docket item 4 with conditions, removing correction number 1 and amending condition number 7 to maintain, but to accept the recommendation of the Transportation Development Committee.
Second.
Okay, so I've got a motion and a second for approval of the project, removing condition number 1 and amending condition number 7 as stated. Lisa, can you take roll call on that motion, please?
Commissioners Allender,
Aye.
Baker,
Aye.
Beasley,
Aye.
Crowell,
Aye.
Enders,
Aye.
and Rojas.
Aye.
Okay, looks like the motion passes 6-0. We appreciate you working with us, Mr. Sullivan, and good luck with the project. All right, so let's go ahead and move on to docket item number 5, please.
Docket item 5 is case number SUP 2021-00076. A request to approve a special use permit to allow for an office use in a mixed-use building located at 1302 Brush Creek Boulevard. Jared also has this case.
It's Joe. All righty. So as Joe said, this is docket item number 5, CDSUP 2021-00074. It's located at 1302 Brush Creek Boulevard, zoning district R-1.5. The applicant is seeking approval of a special use permit to allow for the renovation of a building to accommodate 2 apartments and an office space on the ground floor. They did hold their public engagement meeting a week ago. This is the subject site in relation to the rest of the city. It's within the boundaries of the Midtown Plaza area plan. Here you can see an overview of the area surrounding the subject site. It sits at the southwest corner of Tracy Avenue and Brush Creek Boulevard. These are the key points of the case. It's a renovation of this existing building, which seems to have been built for this use long ago. The proposal is in conformance with lot and building standards, except for the remaining corrections to be addressed. Here you can see an overview of the area of the subject site. Let's see, they're providing landscaping along Brush Creek Boulevard and buffering the vehicular use area to the north and east as well. They're provided, these remaining corrections include providing a utility plan that includes stormwater and kills the 2 existing water lines, addressing the parkland dedication on their site plan, and revising the lighting plan. With that, staff recommends approval with conditions and corrections as listed in the conditions, corrections, and recommendation report.
Okay. Any questions from the commission on docket item number 5? Okay, let's go ahead and welcome the applicant then, if the applicant's available.
Jared, who's the applicant? No
Be
one's raising their hand.
Craig Shaw, I believe, or Terrell Jolly. Let's see here.
Neither one of those are
Mhm.
listed as an attendee.
I see that. Staff is going to contact and see if they can get a hold of them. Should we just hold this case until we make contact or otherwise?
Yeah, that sounds fine. So we'll go ahead and move on to the next docket item, if that applicant's available. So it'd be docket item number 6. And we'll hold docket item 5 open.
Docket item 6 is case number SUP 2021-00074. Request to approve a special use permit for KIPP KC High School located at 1522 Winchester Avenue. Anna Naniski is the staff point.
Thank you, Joe. Okay, docket item number 6 focuses on 1522 Winchester Avenue. It's zoned R2.5, and as previously mentioned, they are seeking approval of a special use permit to allow for the development of a high school on the subject site. My apologies. The site is generally located in the northeastern portion of Kansas City towards Independence. This is a close-up of the site highlighted in yellow. Truman Road is up to the north, and then there is the recently developed or renovated Quick Trip on that corner. Winchester Avenue, nestled adjacent to this neighborhood. This is a rendering of the front of the building submitted by the applicant. This is a snapshot of the site plan provided. So we have the main school building here. It includes, a cafeteria and a gym like most high schools do in the classrooms, parking in the rear. And the approval criteria associated with special use permits is located on the screen. Some things that I want to mention are items C and D. So the site layout is quite tight for the site. Public Works might speak more to the TIS in a bit, but we perceive that queued cars in the drop off or pickup lane, that they might spill over to Winchester Avenue. So I'll get into the condition that we want to see attached to this case in a bit. We do believe, that a school is compatible with a residential neighborhood. Typical school operating hours and noise levels, they're not going to create a significant impact for the area. The outdoor lighting and traffic generation might create an impact on the area, but not significant enough to be alarmed about outside of the conditions highlighted in my staff report. So we do recommend approval subject to conditions plus the following conditions. This is quite lengthy, so please bear with me. So the overflow parking, as I previously mentioned, which is associated with the loading, unloading, or maneuvering for the school drop-off and pickup sites, those need to be approved by the Director of City Planning and Development prior to the Board of Zoning Adjustment review. And the 2 items that Jeff Williams will need to approve or to make a determination about that overflow queuing includes a written confirmation from Quick Trip. That item is attached to the staff report, and we need a written confirmation from the fire department that the overflow queuing is not going to negatively impact public safety for either the KIPP High School or the adjacent property owners. They've also requested deviations from, I believe, the APWA to construct a around 43-foot wide driveway on Winchester Avenue. These deviations are requested from the Transportation and Development Committee. Stacy, when I'm done with my PowerPoint presentation, please correct me if I'm wrong. And then in lieu of those two items, that means that we are removing corrections 2 and 3 from the CCR reports. And as noted by Patricia Jensen, the conditions of 9, 13, 14, and 15 that talk about those items being resolved prior to recording a final plat need to either be changed to prior to issuance of a building or other necessary permits or prior to certificate of occupancy. This is due to the fact that the plat has already been recorded and approved. So we just need to change that language. So that concludes my presentation. Thank you.
Okay, let's not lose that slide so we can come back to it later. Okay, sorry about that. Any questions from the commission to the city staff on this project? All right, seeing none, let's go ahead and welcome the applicant.
Mr. Chairman, my name is Patricia Jensen with the Rouse Fretz Law Firm with offices located at 4510 Bellevue. I believe Jana Cooper with KIP and Adam Starnes with Gould Evans is on as well. I just want to lead off. First, I want to publicly thank Anna. She has been very available and very responsive as we've dealt with conditions. I believe in addition to the conditions shown on her screen, Anna has agreed to remove condition number 6 because we provided her with evidence that the minor subdivision plat, which expanded the size of this area, had been approved and sent to Zach Nelson with evidence of its recording. So in addition to the items on her summary screen, we're asking you to also remove condition number 6 as it's already been completed. With that, this, as you know, represents a significant investment in this area of the city. I believe it's a great project for the city. And I'm going to have Jana Cooper kind of summarize what's taking place here so she can give you guys some information. As Anna noted, we have requested the driveway width exception or deviation be approved by the Transportation Development Committee. Just as a matter of timing for all of you, the Plan Commission meeting is today. The Transportation Development Committee meets next Monday, December 13th. And then we're in front of the Board of Zoning Adjustment on the 14th. So we'll have a final answer on that driveway width before the Board of Zoning Adjustment case. And Jana, do you want to take?
Sure. Hi, good morning. My name is Jana Cooper. I'm the Executive Director here at KIP Kansas City. We're currently located at 2700 East 18th Street. We serve just under 700 students in pre-K through 9th grade. Our school started here in Kansas City in 2007 with about 50 fifth graders. And then we were able to purchase our current building in 2017, and that allowed us to expand to our elementary school. And then our high school opened up this school year with 108 freshmen. We started the high school. We were working to start the high school for about 5 years, and ultimately we started the high school out of demand from our parents and members of our community. Part of KIP's model is supporting students to and through their journey to college and careers. And it just became increasingly challenging to support students as they spread out across the metro. More and more students leaving the city and going to surrounding school districts. And that's ultimately why we started the high school. Our goal, our commitment to students is that everyone graduates with a high school diploma and a market value asset. We're part of the real world learning initiative through the Kauffman Foundation. So it's a big part of how we are educating students here at KIPP. So we can best keep that commitment by having a high school. We decided on the location because there used to be a school there and it's really far east, and it's close to our current campus, which were all factors that were important to our families. I think you guys probably have all this information already, but we did meet with the Blue Valley Neighborhood Association, and they are in support of this project. Dale, the president of this neighborhood association, thought this meeting was in person. Otherwise, he would have been there. And he wants to, if there are concerns, he would like the opportunity to address them because the neighborhood association very much supports us being there in their community. Thank you for your time.
And Chairman Crowell and members of the commission, as Anna noted, she's added a condition dealing with queuing issue. The first part of it says we have to obtain a letter from Quick Trip as to they don't have issues if the traffic backs up on Winchester. We don't believe it will, by the way. We believe we've got it so that it won't. But we do already have that Quick Trip letter, and that has been provided to Anna. Also, we are meeting with Anna, Joe, Jeff Williams, and Jeff Bryan on Wednesday afternoon with regards to the queuing issue.
Okay. Okay. Any questions from the commission to the applicant regarding all this information? Nobody. Okay. Sounds good. I didn't have any questions either on this one. So let's go ahead and open it up for public testimony then. If there's anybody out there in the public that would like to discuss docket item number 6, please raise your hand and you will be called upon.
Mr. Chairman, no one's raising their hand.
Okay. All right, with that, we'll go ahead and close public testimony then. If we can, let's go back. Anna, if you can show your items again, and let's take a look at those and address them one by one. So we're looking at the queuing. This is condition. Is this an added condition or is this an existing one?
Be a new condition.
It's a new condition. Have you already received the letter from Quick Trip?
Correct, and it's attached to your staff report.
Oh, okay. So we don't need that condition 1 then?
Well, there's 2 parts to it.
Yeah, it's just the chairman, it's the sub point number 1 that can be removed from that.
Okay. Yeah, that's the one I thought so that would just be an added one, that 1, and then 2 would be a second adder. Is that correct?
Yeah, I mean, really, you could combine that first part and the fire department in the same condition because it all deals with the same thing.
And I personally prefer for both to remain in there so we have documentation that was requested. As we're well aware of, they have completed that first step, so it's not an issue for us.
Okay. And then the deviation from, so you'll go to the Transportation Development Committee on next week.
Yes.
So that'll be done. Removing conditions 2 and 3.
And
Okay.
And also number 6.
And 6. And then the change the language and the rest. Sorry, I didn't get all those written down. Can you go back to that, Anna?
Yeah, I'm just going to quickly change the item so it reflects number 6 being in there as well. Bear with me.
Okay. Okay. I've got that written down.
Oh, it's number 6 is a condition. Let me clarify. 2 and 3 are corrections and number 6 is a condition.
Okay.
It's one of Stacy Lowe's conditions. I don't know if she wants to comment.
I haven't been provided the documentation regarding the plating, so I have not had a chance to review it. So I don't feel comfortable making a comment on this point. I would request on 9, 13, 14, and 15 that those items be received prior to the issuance of any building permit. We have a lot of trouble if we wait until certificate of occupancy and do not receive them in a timely manner. And we will receive a lot of pressure to get that done at certificate of occupancy. So I would prefer to have that completed prior to the building permit.
Okay. So Stacy, on number 6, you're requesting that it remains? Or you just haven't seen it yet, is what you're saying, to review it to make sure, so you're not ready to take it off?
I have been provided no documentation regarding the status of the previous plating and how it impacts the request for this project.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, we provided that to both Anna and Zachary. I regret that Stacy wasn't included in that email chain. I can send it to her very quickly.
Okay, well, I just prefer to leave it on there so that way she has time to review it and it'll get scratched off as time goes on.
Can you revise the condition just to say then that we provide her evidence that the minor subdivision plat for the site has been approved?
Chairman Crowell, I am comfortable striking that condition ahead of the BZA hearing if I have evidence provided to me in a timely manner before that hearing, and I can work with Anna to ensure that happens.
Okay. I'm good with that.
Okay, I just sent the email, Stacy, so you have it now.
Okay. All right, anything else to work out on this case? Anything else, applicants? Sorry?
No.
Okay, thank you. So at this time, we'll go ahead and close all testimony. And Anna, if you don't mind, stop sharing the screen so I can see everybody. There we go. Thank you. Any thoughts or questions from the commission regarding this case? Okay, I'll accept a motion then, please. Anybody want to take a stab at it?
Commissioner Baker went off mute first. I'll let him go.
Okay.
I need the slide again. I think. So approving motion to approve docket item 6 with conditions, adding the queuing condition with just bullet point number 2, and then is the deviations or revising, or do we have to do anything with that?
It's a new condition as well.
Then adding the conditions about the deviations from the APWA, removing corrections number 2 and 3, and then changing the language and conditions to 9, 13, 14, and 15 prior to a building permit.
Okay, and then 6 will be, if it's been reviewed and approved by Land Development Department, then that maybe strike before it goes to the BZA.
Yes.
Yeah, and are we taking one out? I thought Anna wanted to keep one in on the overflow.
Yeah, I think she wanted to keep that whole thing in. You're absolutely right.
Okay. So revise the addition of the overflow queuing to include points 1 and 2.
Okay.
Second.
Okay, so I've got a motion and a second. And so Lisa, can you take roll call on that motion, please? If you need me to summarize that, I can. Just so we have it all.
Got it.
Okay.
Okay. Commissioner Allender,
Aye.
Baker,
Aye.
Beasley,
Aye.
Corral,
Aye.
Enders,
Aye.
and Rojas.
Commissioner Rojas, you're on mute right now. Just hit the space bar.
I've been sneezing, that's why I turned it off.
Okay.
Aye.
All right, thank you.
Gotcha.
Thank you all.
All right, so
Thank you.
motion passes for approval of the project with the modifications and additions to the conditions as stated. So thank you for bringing this project in. We congratulate you on this and your success. So good luck as you move forward on this.
Thank you.
Yep. Okay, so going back, are the applicants available for docket item number 5?
They do appear to be in the attendee list and are raising their hand.
Okay. So let's move back to docket item number 5, and we've already opened the case. It's been introduced and discussed from a city staff standpoint. And so now we're at the point to welcome the applicant with us so that they can talk about the project and why they're seeking approval of it. So has the applicant been promoted, Jared?
They have been, and they appear to have taken themselves off mute.
There you go. Yes.
Okay.
Hello, I am Scott Tolma and Craig Shaw with Shaw Hofstra Associates. Yes, like to approve this project. Basically trying to get is existing building, old building remodeling, where was some commercial downstairs in the lower level and apartments on the second floor. And so we have been trying to rehab this building and get 2 apartments upstairs and sort of a home office or a home business office space down on the main level. Basically just all interior work and then upgrade the parking area, pave the asphalt parking or pave the gravel parking to asphalt and landscape.
Okay. And you've seen the conditions stated in agreement with those?
Yes, we are working on some of them. We are like to see what we have the options for the water services. We've been trying to find out. I have not followed up with Heather Massey to follow up what we can or cannot do. So you need to see the existing meter is inside the building, and once the city wants us to move it outside, but this building is pretty much on the property line. So when we do move it on the outside, it would be on the city property between the road and the sidewalk.
Okay.
We could do a meter pit there, but we're 0 lot lined on the building, so we can't actually be outside of the building.
Okay.
And then there's a note about trying to get the Parkway and Boulevard more money. This building was built in before 1970, and the Parks Department is trying to give us to prove that this building was in existence before 1970. And we're trying to go through deeds and find information, anything to actually have official proof that this building was existing before 1970.
You can look at it and tell it was built before 1970.
But
we haven't been able to prove it yet.
and that would be sort of the payment in lieu of parkland dedication. And then
Have you checked the Sanborn maps?
no,
The library.
no, Sanborn maps. Write that down. And then just try and get through the land development division with a site plan showing all the utilities. We thought we included that, but we don't have it approved yet through land development, so we will continue on that. And then we'll have to resubmit a new photometric site plan that we're changing and not allowing any lights on the neighbor's property. So we do need to resubmit that. And in the meantime, we also do need to resubmit a few building comments for the interior for firewall ratings. That's all.
Okay. All right, so I think the first concern was the water meter. Kirk Rome, are you available by chance to talk through that?
I don't believe he is, Mr. Chairman. I do think Travis Kiefer was on earlier. I don't see.
Yeah, he's
unless
still
he's-
listed as
Oh,
a-
I see Kirk. I see Kirk now. He wasn't. I didn't see him earlier.
Okay.
Here's Travis too. Kirk and Travis have both been
Okay.
promoted.
Oh, all right. TJ, if you see somewhere on the building, TJ is the building owner.
Okay.
Raise his hand for.
Good morning, Chairman and Commission. This is Kirk Rome with KC Water.
Good morning.
So, yeah, as part of our rules and regulations, the service lines have to be brought up to current codes on building remodels. So that would include moving the meters outside.
Okay, is there an issue putting it out in the sidewalk, or where do they need to put the meter vault?
Well, generally the standard is 1 foot outside of the right of way. But in this case, with the building having a 0 setback lot line, it can be in the green space between the sidewalk and curb, or if there's no green space, it can be in the sidewalk itself.
Okay. And then just curious on that there, with it being out in the right of way, is that doesn't require like an encroachment or anything like that, does it?
No, we have that all over the city.
Okay, just making sure.
Yeah.
So the applicant understands that. All right, I think that answers that question.
Chairman Crow,
Yes, sir.
is this the property located on Brush Creek Boulevard?
Yes, yes, it is.
Yes, I mean, there appears from the lot line to be adequate space between the building and the sidewalk there, so.
Yeah, okay. So need to put it out in the green space. All right. And then, so with this, just curious on this building, you're going to have commercial down below and 2 apartments up above. Is that correct?
That's correct, yes.
Are they, are you going to rent out the apartments up there, or how you going to have one master meter serve everything, or are you going to separate that out?
We're separating out the business, the lower first floor and the second floor. The second floor will have 1 meter for the 2 apartments, and then the commercial or the first floor will have another or electric meter. So we're doing the 2 meters maximum for the KCPL.
Okay, does that work the same for water service, Travis and Kirk?
Yeah, as far as if these are rental units, then typically you'll have one service to that. If those storefronts are going to have separate service along Brush Creek Boulevard, again, those meters would be installed between the building and the sidewalk there on the exterior of the building. If the residential above, the apartments above, typically you'll have one water service for that, and that goes to the apartment complex, not the individual units. So there's a single bill for a single owner for that.
Yes. Okay.
Hey, Chair, can I ask a question? My name is Terrell John. I'm the owner of the building.
Sure.
I have a question. We were kind of talking this over with our GC, and is there a way to request a variance for financial hardship, because that's throwing our numbers way off in order to relocate that meter. I'm already running on a real tight budget, and I'm probably looking for between 12 and 18K additional costs. And, I'm just taking all I got in order to put this project together.
I don't believe this body can give you that.
Okay.
Financial hardship.
I guess, but what, in my understanding though, we are allowed to put the meter in that location on between the sidewalk, outside the property, between the sidewalk and the road and the green space. So we would not need hardship because that's where we want to put it.
Oh, okay. Got it.
We need a variance.
I was trying to make sure we was on the same
Yeah, we just
page.
need approval that's outside the property line. Yeah.
Gotcha.
Yes.
And just to be clear, again, judging from the aerials that are available for that, there appears to be a location between the building and the sidewalk, not necessarily the sidewalk and the street.
Right. Yeah.
That's correct.
Correct.
Okay.
All right.
Okay. I apologize for the confusion.
All right. Thank you, Travis.
Yes.
All right. I guess, was there other concerns you had regarding some of the conditions?
Yes, we just try and find the correct positive proof that this building was built in 1970, before 1970. We will go submit. We'll go to that sand lot and find some pictures and submit that for approval.
Okay.
And we will also then just get approved site plan. So.
Okay. All right. I think we kind of have all of those addressed. Is there any other questions from the commission regarding docket item number 5?
So I just want to be clear, there's no change to conditions, just as I hear it, as we are walking through these.
That's correct. Okay. With that, let's go ahead and open it up for public testimony. So if there's anybody out there that would like to speak regarding docket item number 5, please raise your hand and you will be called upon.
Mr. Chairman, no one's raising their hand.
Okay. So with that, we'll go ahead and close all public the public testimony. Anything else, applicant, on this project like to state before we make a recommendation to the council?
No, thank you.
Okay. All right, this time I'll go ahead and close all testimony then and just speak amongst the commission. If there's nothing to discuss, I'll go ahead and take a motion, please.
Mr. Chair, I move to approve docket number 5 with conditions stated on the docket.
Okay.
Second.
All right, so I have a motion and a second for approval of docket item number 5 with conditions as stated. So with that, Lisa, can you take roll call, please, on that motion?
Mhm. Commissioners Allender,
Aye.
Baker,
Aye.
Beasley,
Aye.
Crowell,
Aye.
Enders,
Aye.
and Rojas.
Aye.
Okay, it looks like the motion passes for approval of docket item number 5, 6-0. We appreciate you bringing in the project and good luck as you move forward on it.
Thank you for your consideration. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. All right, so with that, Joe, what are we on to docket item number 8 now?
Yes, I think so.
Okay,
Okay, item 8 is case number SUP 2021-00082. A request to approve a special use permit for Casey Iron and Metal Company located at 1411 East 19th Street to allow for recycling services expansion. Anna Naniski is our staff planner.
Thank you, Joe. Okay, docket item number 8 focuses on 1411 East 19th Street. The zoning is M1-5. And as previously stated, the applicant is seeking approval of a special use permit for the expansion of recycling services on the subject site. The site is located in sort of the midtown portion of Kansas City, you know, right off of the Central Business District and Paseo. This is a close-up of the site at East 19th Street and Paseo. The subject expansion is in orange and the railroad tracks off to the south. This is a close-up of the site plan provided by the applicant. And this is an addition that they have recently made. So they are providing more of a landscape buffer that faces the Paseo. We are in support of that change. The review criteria associated with a special use permit is located on the screen. All appears to be applicable. I also want to point out number C. This expansion is currently being used, you know, in very industrial in nature. The properties, surrounding properties, especially off to the west towards Bruce R. Watkins, is also industrial in nature. So we support expansion. City staff recommends approval subject to conditions. And that concludes my staff report.
okay, thank you. So just a question, is there a time limit on this special use permit given the location?
One has not been established.
Okay. All right, any other questions from the commission to city staff?
Can I see the site plan one more time, Anna, please?
Sorry, messing with my computer. There you go.
So the new expanded area, you had another map that was in yellow, right? That's the expanded area? Or is the orange the expanded area?
Sorry, I was muted. The original location is here in the yellow, and they are purchasing these two buildings. They are not proposing any additional building additions, just expanding the use into the existing buildings.
Thank you.
Any other questions for city staff? Okay, with that, let's go ahead and welcome the applicant to case number 8. Applicant, welcome.
Yes, good morning, still, Mr. Chairman, members of the commission. I'm Douglas Stone with Lewis Rice. With me is David Maddock, who is my associate. And somewhere on here should be a client who may or may not have been promoted yet. I don't know how his name would have appeared, but we can worry about that if anybody has any questions for him. I just want to make it clear in response to Commissioner Beasley's question that although in a sense it's correct to say it's an expansion of the operation in a technical sense, in fact, this use has been at this location since 2011, if not before then, by the current user who does, let me explain it this way. Casey Iron and Metal is the tenant, the operating business. The owner of the business is Mr. Levine. Mr. Levine has an entity that owns the real estate. That's the area that was highlighted, Anna, in orange, right? That's the area further away from Paseo where Casey Iron and Metal and its principal both own and operate the business. The area we're talking about is currently occupied by Casey Iron and Metal, but the entity that owns the property to the west is about to buy this land. And so when we went and looked at what the status of things were, this actually has been in there before the boulevard standards were adopted in 2015. We're not proposing to make any change, although we're proposing to make some positive change. We're not proposing to make any expansion of what the actual use is now. We're simply looking to elevate it from what is arguably an uncertified, non-conforming use to a special use permit. And that's because the client wants to buy the property. And of course, when you're going to invest money to purchase a piece of property, and as we propose to do, clean some of it up, then we want to make sure that we're allowed to continue the use. So that's really what we're here about today. We had a neighborhood meeting, sent notice as required. Nobody appeared. Anna, if you don't mind, I sent you a blow up this morning. Could you put that back up, please?
Bear with me, I'm just going to reorient the
Thank you.
image
Oh, is
so
it
it's
turned
a little
on?
bit clearer. Mhm.
So might I ask Mr. Stone a quick question while Anna's doing that?
Sure.
You said the neighborhoods were advised and nobody showed. That's 300 feet. So that include Wendell Phillips neighborhood?
Anna or David, I don't have the list open in front of me. Anna would have given us the list.
The Wendell Phillips neighborhood is not associated with this site. The site has no registered neighborhood association tied to it.
So 300 feet would go across Paseo?
Correct, but the physical property owners of that land would be notified, not the neighborhood association tied within that land.
Commissioner Beasley, the ordinance requirement is that notification is sent to all property owners within 300 feet of the subject property and any registered neighborhood or civic organization that includes the subject property. So it doesn't capture anything that's any neighborhood whose boundaries might happen to be within 300 feet. It's if the property is within a neighborhood association, then that neighborhood association gets notified.
Okay, so the property has to be within the 300 feet, not the notification area of 300 feet. Is that what I heard?
The property has to be a part of the neighborhood association for the neighborhood association to get notified. I think what Anna is saying is that it's possible that Wendell Phillips is within, its boundary is within 300 feet, but it does not include the subject property, so they were not notified.
Okay, that's my clarification. Thank you, because I know they're right there for sale. So thank you.
Sure.
Thank you. I just want to point, this is an easier way to see what it is we're proposing to do to the site. Staff did ask us to make some improvements, and we're of course willing to do that. On 19th Street as well as along Paseo, what is now an open, unscreened area, we would put in screening. They would be a 3-foot high deciduous shrubs, so there'd be, there if they're created, they would grow further. We also are going to increase the landscaped island from 1.5 feet. If you were to walk past there now, it wouldn't even look like there was some patchy green and dirt. And so we're going to expand that to a 9-foot width, and we're going to mulch this entire 9-foot area, both on 19th Street and on Paseo. And then, as you can see, fill it with shrubbery. We're also going to clean up the parking area that's in front, provide for code compliant parking. There's parking there now, but again, this use has been there since before 2011. And so it's, it could use a restriping and make sure that everything is dimensioned correctly. I'm not even sure that there's a loading space there technically now. And so we're going to do all that. And then to further screen what's going on in the back, we're going to construct a 10-foot high wall where you see running east-west, hard to say, maybe 50 or 60 feet deep into the property, just to the south of that loading space. There would be a gate, but it would be a 10-foot split face screening wall that actually would match in color and aesthetic a wall that already exists on this particular applicant's property to the west. And I mentioned that they already own the property to the west, which is where their office and main facility is. There is a wall on 19th Street that screens that as well. And so this wall would look like that wall. That's so what we're proposing to make it more appealing from the street and to screen the use. But as I said before, this is an existing use. We're really trying to boot and suspenders ourselves into a special use permit rather than try to come back and assert that this is some kind of non-conforming use. I know that without beating it with a stick, that this goes back to meetings that actually Diane Binkley had when she was in Joe's seat, when this client was first trying to decide whether to even begin to occupy this area. So I think it could be established in planning that we've been there this whole time. In any event, that's our presentation. And if there are any questions beyond Commissioner Beasley's, I'll be glad to answer them.
Well, Commissioner Beasley has another one for you, Mr. Stone, if you don't mind. From the drawing that we were looking at, how does that address those vendors that are coming to do business with the recycling center? If I may say, usually it seems to be a bottleneck of people trying to get in. So are you addressing that condition in these improvements you're looking at? If so, please tell me how that's going to work.
Actually, that's an issue. So let's talk about that. We've been talking to Matthew Muckenthaler, who is replaced Bruce Campbell as the parking person for the city. The issue comes up on Saturday mornings. That's really where you see this traffic issue on 19th Street. We've tried to create staging. This isn't going to, the truth is this won't have any effect on that. This is really an additional storage area for the business that is going on already at the parcel further to the west. That's really where the interaction occurs. And what we're talking to Matthew Muckenthaler about is utilizing the city's parking garage, which is just on the north side of 19th Street, as essentially an alternate route out for people. What happens is people come in, they try to sell their scrap, and then while the business computes the payment, the car is waiting. We want to try to move those cars out onto into that parking area so that there's more of a, I don't mean to be flip about this in any way, That's kind of why there's two windows at a car drive up. We only have one window. And so we want to create a second window. We are working with that. But, we've been, again, that situation is an existing situation that's not going to be changed by this, but it is a situation we're aware of. We hire off-duty policemen to make sure that the traffic is flowing as best we can. I guess that's my response to that. It's an issue that we are addressing. I don't know that it's necessarily, well, I guess your decision maker as to whether these are tied together or not, as opposed to me. But that's what we're doing. We're talking to Matthew about using that on Saturday mornings as a pressure valve for people to wait while we bring them their payment after they've dropped off their material. And that's the best response I've got for you. I'm happy to answer more questions.
My caveat is it's not Saturdays that I'm seeing the issue. I'm seeing it during the week.
That hasn't come to my attention. My clients told me that they're working on this issue on Saturday. Saturday seems to be the day when we've got, the
bigger amount.
Well, what happens is during the week, it's more industrial. It's more contractor that are dropping things off. It's Saturday when it's the average Joe, the do-it-yourselfer, and so that's when that's when we think we do have an issue that we're trying to address.
So I appreciate knowing that you do have that on your radar and that you're trying to work that out. So thank you for sharing that information with me.
You are on the ball, Commissioner.
That's why she's here. Any other questions from the commission to the applicant?
No, I have one more thing.
Go ahead.
It's only a timing issue. So I just don't want there to be any misunderstanding. So the condition that was proposed was that we bring the outdoor storage in within 30 business days of BCA approval. I'm just a little worried that that's not enough time. And I don't want to start out with something where we're in default before we go. We're coming up on cold weather. We need to prepare the interior of the building to receive what's now the outdoor storage. And so we also want to do the rest of the work. And the rest of the work obviously involves some time too. And so what I would ask, whether it's condition one or whether it's kind of a modified condition one, is that both the outdoor storage be brought indoors and the rest of the work be done by March 30th. We're entering cold weather. I can't put shrubbery out now. If I do, it's going to die. If I'm going to clean up the parking area and might have to do some asphalt patching, I need the right temperature weather. And so that was the other thing. It's just a timing issue. Thank you.
Okay. Any thoughts on that, Anna?
I accept.
March 30th?
It's ultimately up to the investigator to make that decision, but I am support of making that change to the condition.
Okay. All right. Any other questions from the commission to the applicant on this case?
I don't have a question, but I do have an additional comment, if I may. Since we had the announcement this week of Buck O'Neill being inducted into the National Hall of Fame, this location is directly south of the miniature field that they have done in recognition of Mr. O'Neill, as well as that building. So you are going to be highly visible. And I appreciate the improvements that you're seeking to do, and that, yes, I still will be watching. Thank you so much.
Appropriately so. Thank you.
All right, thank you. So at this time, let's go ahead and open it up for any public testimony. If there's anybody out there that would like to speak regarding docket item number 8, please raise your hand and you will be called upon.
Seeing none, Mr. Chair.
Okay, so we'll go ahead and close public testimony. Anything else, applicants, regarding this case before we close all testimony?
No, thank you. All I would say is, well, I guess no, thank you, but then yes. All I would say is that I think in terms of Commissioner Beasley's comment, which is quite appropriate, just so you know, this particular client has been in business there for 40-something years, was the president of the Industrial Association. This is a responsible businessman who wants to take this corner, which he hasn't yet owned, and then when he buys it, clean it up and make it part of an integrated facility. So we would appreciate your support for that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So at this time, we'll go ahead and close all testimony and just speak amongst the commission. If there's nothing to discuss, I'll take a motion then. I'm looking at Commissioner Beasley this time.
And I was trying to come off of mute. I would like to recommend that docket number 8, CPCK 00082, be approved with the adjustment to the March date for shrubbery and screening, I think is what that fell up under.
Yeah, that's condition number 1.
Condition number 1.
Yeah, from 30 days to March 30th.
Yes.
Okay.
That's my motion.
Okay, so I've got a motion and now I've got a second. Lisa, can you take roll call on that motion, please?
Who was it that seconded?
That was Commissioner Allender.
Okay. Commissioner Allender,
Aye.
Baker,
Aye.
Beasley,
Aye.
Crowell,
Aye.
Enders,
Aye.
and Rojas.
Aye.
Gotcha.
Okay, so it looks like the motion passes for approval of docket item number 8. We appreciate you bringing it in and good luck with the project and certainly be watching it.
Thank you all for your time and your support. And Commissioner Beasley, we may circle back with you because we do want to be a good neighbor there.
That's perfectly fine. Thank you.
Okay, great. Thanks very much.
Uh-huh.
Okay.
And Anna, big thank you to you. We appreciate all your work on this.
Perfect.
Oh, yeah,
Thank you.
her too.
All right, with that, let's go ahead and move on to docket number 9. Is everybody okay? Do we need a short break? Or all right, let's keep moving ahead.
Are we close to the end? I think we're close to the end. Are we, Kobe?
And we still got, after this one, 11, 12, 13, and 14.
Oh.
But I like what you're saying, though.
Okay.
Okay, so docket item 9 is case number SUP 2021-00080. A request to approve a special use permit to allow construction of a new 12-unit group living facility located at East 35th and Euclid Avenue. Andrew Clark is our staff planner.
Good morning, Chairman Crowell and fellow commissioners. I'll share my screen here. Are you seeing the correct screen?
Yes.
Okay. So this is another special use permit for a group living facility located at 35th and Euclid. This is in the Ivanhoe neighborhood, very close to 71. It's actually a total of 2 vacant lots, and it's just over a ½ acre in size. Here is the site plan. Parking on the south coming off of Euclid Avenue, and then the building will be facing 35th Street. I do want to mention that Heroes Home, that is the project here, they currently, or for the last 9-10 years, have owned the property directly to the east. I also wanted to include a more updated landscape plan and showing the parking again here. This is what we're really working with the applicant on. Here are the elevations. So the top is facing the south. The bottom here is what you will see if you were traveling on 35th Street with a large front porch and plenty of windows, high level of transparency. And here are the west and east elevations. And the review criteria, this building does comply with the lot and building standards for the existing zoning district. The neighborhood council supports this use. The proposed building does fill in, it is urban infill, enhances the urban fabric. It's complementing the character with their choice of building materials and scaling. And also there will be staff on site 24 hours a day, and traffic will be limited as Heroes Homegate will provide transportation services. And staff recommends approval with conditions and corrections.
Okay, thank you. Any questions, commission to staff on this project?
Based upon the presentation, looks great. I had a hard time. I couldn't find the report on Compass. Did anyone else struggle with that, or was I looking in the wrong place?
I couldn't find the staff report either, Commissioner Enders.
So I mean, based upon that, I'm fine with it, but I didn't review the report.
Right.
Yeah, I had the same issue, not seeing it last night. I did get a copy of it this morning to review. So I thought it was just me. Okay, any questions from the commission regarding this project?
So does the name reflect the type of housing this is? Is this veterans housing?
That's correct. I have Nyla here with Ivanhoe, who's been working with Heroes Homegate throughout this process. She has been very involved as a facilitator. Joe, if you can promote Nyla.
So all of these are 1-bedroom apartments?
The men will be located upstairs and they will be sharing a unit. There'll be 2 bedrooms with a bathroom in the upstairs units. And then the females will be on the lower level or on the first level, and they will have their own unit. And I can let Nyla discuss more of that as she's been working with them.
Good morning. This is Nyla MBT with the Ivanhoe Neighborhood Council, where I serve as the Chief Real Estate Development Officer. Ivanhoe is actually the developer for this project, working with Footprints and Heroes Homegate. When I was joining, there may have been another question that was asked that I didn't hear. I did hear the question about the units. This is group living, so there are 12 bedrooms. There will be 2 people to a bedroom, with 10 of the bedrooms being reserved for men, which are on the 2nd floor, and then 2 bedrooms on the 1st floor for women, which will serve for women. The home also has a full basement that will have a therapeutic and recreational areas. On the 1st floor, there will be offices for staff, as well as a library, a break room, a living room, a joint living room, and then a dining room with a commercial kitchen.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions?
So is this transitional housing then?
Yes, it is. It is. It's transitional housing, and it's part of a bigger campus vision for Heroes Homegate. They are looking at a phase 2 to eventually build permanent housing on property that's to the west of where the vacant property is now. And then there's another property along Euclid that would be behind the planned parking lot to develop as well.
Okay, thank you.
Mhm.
Okay. Any other questions to the applicant? I guess you are the applicant, is that correct?
Well, it says on here that the applicant is Lamine with Talaferro and Brown.
Okay.
He's on the call as well.
Sure. Okay. All right. I don't think we have any other questions. So let's go ahead and open it up for public testimony. So if there's anybody out there that would like to speak regarding docket item number 9, please raise your hand and you will be called upon.
Lamine raised his hand and I have promoted him.
Okay. Is there anybody from the public that's raised their hand, Joe?
No, no one else raised their hand.
Okay.
If I may, I would like to add that we are very appreciative of the support that we've received from city staff to getting us to this point. They've been very helpful in outlining things that we need to do for the project.
Fantastic. Thank you. Hi, good morning, Lamine. Are you available?
Yeah, I just joined in as a panelist just in case there are questions for me to answer.
Okay. I'm not sure if anybody has any questions for you at this time.
So Kobe, I
Go
think
ahead.
I've confused myself a little bit because the other commissioners were saying that they couldn't get to the report, but you did. Did I miss Andrew saying what conditions are involved with this, or are there any?
Yeah, there's quite a few conditions involved with this project.
Did we highlight any we need to look at?
I did not highlight any specifically. Like I said, I've been talking twice a week with Nyla with this project, so nothing would come as a surprise. There is one condition, as she brought up, they plan to expand this campus, and especially the parking lot to the south. One of staff's main concerns is proper screening, especially with headlights coming in and out. Even if it is, limited traffic coming through, we're still in a residential neighborhood. So I've been working with the applicant on the landscaping elements and also working with them on setting up a proper fencing on that southern edge, but I know they're going to expand. So coming up with a creative solution on temporary screening that will work for them and for the existing neighbors.
And do you have these stated in the conditions somewhere?
On the landscaping?
Yeah, these two
Yes.
items you just talked about.
That's correct.
Okay. So Commissioner Beasley, there are right now 27 conditions on this project.
And Commissioner Beasley, quite a few of them come from land development because of the size of this building, and also from permits related to fire safety. So my comments primarily relate to the landscaping and screening, and also the when they move on to the BZA, helping them obtain variances with setbacks required with their parking lot because of the unique shape of the property on Euclid.
So if I'm visualizing the area correctly, this is a hill on the south side of the street, is it not?
There is grading that will have to be done to make it ADA accessible from entering from the south.
So I guess if we know that the applicant is aware and in discussions with staff on the conditions, I'm good then with what we have listed.
Okay. And Lamine's been very quiet, so I assume they are.
Well, we have reviewed the conditions and agree with all of them, and we can meet the conditions as we move towards applying for building permit. And I've discussed that with Nyla and architect as well.
Okay. Sounds good. All right, so this time I'm going to close public testimony since we didn't have any. Anything else to discuss on this project? Seeing nothing, then I'll go ahead and close all testimony and speak amongst the commission, or I will take a motion for this particular docket item.
If the staff ever had any doubts in our faith in them, let this be an example that we're ready. So move to approve docket number 9 with conditions as stated.
I'll second. Thank you, Tyler. That's a good one.
Okay, so I've got a motion and a second for approval of docket item number 9 with conditions as stated. Lisa, can you take roll call, please, on that motion?
Mhm. Commissioners Allender,
Aye.
Baker,
Aye.
Beasley,
Aye.
Crowell,
Aye.
Enders,
Aye.
and Rojas.
Aye.
Okay, so it looks like the motion passes 6-0 for this project. We appreciate you bringing it in, and it looks like a great one for the community, and thank you very much for your efforts on this. So good luck moving forward.
Thank you
Thank
very
you.
much.
Okay, so we got 11, 12, 13, and 14 left. So we take a 10-minute break or 15-minute break. Go to the restroom and then come back. So right now my clock says 11:30. So we'll be back at 11:45. Take a 15-minute break. Thank you, everybody. Commissioner Allender, do you need to head out here, do you, or are you good on time?
I'm just debating right now whether I just push that meeting back. So
Okay.
give me a second.
You've reached Nicole with City Plan.
Hey, can you come to my office, please?
Winkle. Rip Van Winkle.
Okay, we're getting everybody back here. Commissioner Baker, what time you got to head out? 15 minutes?
I can stay a little bit later. I can hopefully finish this case, so, and then head out.
And you're out the rest of the day?
I believe so. I might log back in and see if you guys are still at it.
Hopefully we'll be
Yeah,
done by then.
sounds good.
I'm just saying if we're losing you as well as Commissioner Allender, it takes us down to 4. Still got a quorum, but it's always nice to have at least 5.
Yeah.
Joe, you back? Sarah?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, Sarah back? She's the important one. I like this camera, Commissioner Beasley. It's nice to see you.
Okay, I'm trying to get used to this.
Yeah. Sarah, can you let us know when you make it back, please? Or if you are back? Sarah, are you there?
It appears she is not.
Okay. So do we have is she available for docket item 11 as well as the applicant? Are they back?
Yes, Shu is available and Lamine is the applicant, I believe, and he's on already.
Okay. We're still waiting on Sarah to rejoin us.
Joe, we have Kathleen.
Yes,
with-
and Kathleen's
with
already got
Shaw.
her hand raised, so I'll go ahead and promote her.
Okay.
Okay, we also have Shalonda Holmes. It looks like she has been promoted as well, potentially.
I have promoted her, Kathleen.
So I'm on, but I'm not sure if I hit the right button.
We can see you and hear you both.
Okay, great.
Just trying to get,
Mr. Chair, I have till about 2 o'clock now.
okay, thank you. So that might help you out now, Commissioner Baker, if you need to leave or.
I should be good. I let them know I'll be a little bit late, but.
Okay, just need Sarah to rejoin us. Can't say anything bad about attorneys, you know, but. Is there a way you can call her, Joe, so we can get going again?
Yeah, I was getting ready to.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, she's on now.
Okay, great. All right, so we're going to reconvene the meeting. Starting with docket item number 11, please.
Docket item 11 is case number CPC 2021-00182, a request to approve a preliminary development plan, which also serves as a preliminary plat to allow construction of 39 residential units in District UR urban redevelopment on about 2 acres located on the east side of Highland Avenue between 24th Street on the north and 25th Street on the south. Shu Wood is the staff planner.
Good morning, everyone. It's getting close to noon. This project in front of you is called Crescendo. It is a rezoning to UR. The location of this project is located near downtown. More specifically, it's located on the 18th and Vine district. It is currently zoned UR as part of the 18th and Vine UR plan. More specifically, this project is located on the east side of Highland Avenue, in between East 24th Street to the north and East 25th Street to the south. As you can see, the highlighted areas covers 2 blocks, and these are the proposed site area for this project. The existing land use around this project, including UR and R1.5 for undeveloped uses, residential uses, and elementary on the other side of Highland Avenue. For some street views nearby, this is a view looking south at the east to 24th Street and Highland Avenue. The subject site is located on your right hand. This is a view looking north at east to 25th Street and Highland Avenue. The subject site is also located on your right hand. The school is on the other side of Highland, as you see, which is on your left hand. The applicant proposes to rezone this property from UR to UR to accommodate a major amendment to the site. Currently, the approved use is single family, which also requires a 25-foot front yard setback from Highland Avenue. The applicant proposes to replat this site into 2 lots. Lot 1 will contain building 1 to building 4 and the tract A for detention pond. Lot 2 will contain 5 buildings. All these uses are multi-unit houses. In lot building 2 to building 10 will contain 4 units, and building 1 will contain a 4,000 office and amenity space on the first floor and 3 units on the second and third floor. The applicant also proposes to vacate the alleyway on the east side of this project in between the site and the residential lots on the other side of the alley for both of these 2 blocks. Here's the detail of the site plan being proposed by the applicant. Like I mentioned earlier, All these buildings will have front access from Highland Avenue, and will have parking at the rear of the building, which is on the other side of the alleyway. The applicant proposes to vacate the alley to accommodate this parking requirement. There are 43 spaces being proposed for vacation for this parking spaces. The applicant also proposed the fencing around this subject site. This is a landscape plan proposed by the applicant. Street trees, internal landscaping, and perimeter landscaping are proposed by the applicant. It generally satisfies with the code requirement. This is a utility plan being proposed by the applicant and showing the service lines. There are existing utility mains, and the applicant is in agreement to upgrade and maintain the existing services to satisfy with today's city code. There's a lighting plan being provided by the applicant. Staff does have concern with the current lighting plan and the areas and condition being placed on the staff report regarding to this lighting plan, that a lighting plan shall be revised and being submitted through an affidavit that it complies with today's zoning code, particularly to the east side of the project. For the area that doesn't comply with today's code, staff has concern with the spillover lights to the nearby residential property. So staff recommends the applicant to increase the landscaping and screening on the east side of the property after vacation, and that shall address this concern. There is currently a vacation application under review, which is the case number CD-ROW 2021-0039. The approval of the vacation is also one of the conditions upon this project. Here's some rendering being provided by the applicant. This is the building one, which is the mixed use of the community building, including office and amenity space in the units on the upper floors. There are the front elevation and side elevations being proposed. The majority of the materials being used are masonry and side panels with roof shingles. And this is a rendering. These are some renderings for one of the building types that for building 2 and building 10. This is another building type being offered by the applicant. So staff recommends approval with conditions as listed on the staff report. I'm open to questions if you have any.
Okay, thank you. Any questions from the commission to city staff regarding this case? For me, I had one question. This is rezoning from UR to UR. What was the proposed project before?
There was no proposed project before this lot. These two lots has been vacant for a while. The old plan, which was the 18th and Vine plan, incorporated this site to plan it to be for single family lots use, but it has never been constructed.
Okay. All right. You mind not sharing your screen at this time?
I do have an applicant PowerPoint here, so whenever you call them out and they're ready, I can share the screen again.
Okay, we just want to make sure we didn't have any other questions from the commission.
Sure, thank you.
I just have one on the parking. Is that to accommodate not only the residents, but their visitors? You said 43 spaces, so does that have that figured into the spaces?
The code requirement generally requires 1 parking spaces per unit. And so I don't believe the code, or when we design the code, I don't believe the visitors parking requirement was part of it. And we also believe for this location, the parking should not be a issue at this point. So to answer the question, now the visitors is not being calculated.
And I can add, that is correct. The parking we're anticipating would be secured or would be, fob access for residents. So visitors would park, I think primarily on the street, but as Zhu said, we don't anticipate that being an issue, and that did not come up in our neighborhood meeting, which was fairly well attended by the neighborhood.
Okay. Any other questions? Hold 1 second, Kathleen, just any questions yet for the staff? Okay, seeing none, let's go ahead and welcome the applicant to the meeting then. If y'all don't mind stating your name and address for the record, please.
Yes, thank you. Sorry for speaking early. Forgot about the
all right.
procedure. My name is Kathleen Bull. I'm with Brinshore Development. We are located at 222 West Gregory Boulevard, Suite 323, Kansas City, Missouri, 64114. And Shalonda and I will be just going through some brief slides. We just wanted to give you some more detail on this exciting development. So Shalonda, I think, can also introduce herself, and then we'll get into that. And then we have a few other team members as well who may speak depending on questions.
All right, perfect. Thank you.
Yes, and I'm Shalonda Holmes with Urban Neighborhood Initiative. Our office is located at 2300 Main in Kansas City, Missouri.
All right.
Mr. Chair, I'd like
Yep.
to recognize that we have Ms. Cleaver with us.
Absolutely.
Oh, thank you. I'm here because I'm with Urban Neighborhood Initiative, and Shalonda's our Director of Real Estate. But thank you, Ms. Beasley. I appreciate that.
Welcome.
We're going to miss you too.
I'm going to miss you all as people. I will not miss having to sit in. I've been listening in on a 3-hour meeting, so I really applaud you all for doing this work. You are great citizens of Kansas City.
Well, we appreciate you. We enjoy your retirement.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay. Let's go ahead with your presentation that you had.
Share it here in a second.
Thank you.
Catherine, you can go whenever you're ready.
Perfect. So thank you all for your time today. And as our beloved partner, Diane Cleaver, said, we appreciate your commitment to the city, and we, Brinshore, will also miss her, but are in great hands with Shalonda and her predecessor, her person coming in after her. So you can advance, please. So we just have a few quick slides to go over. We're just excited to be moving this project forward. It's been a couple of years in the works, so we appreciate giving us a few moments to move through these. Next slide. So Urban Neighborhood Initiative and Brinshore Development are co-developers and will be the co-owners of this multifamily development. These will be rental townhome and flat units, as Zhu described. And we have Roseman Associates as our architect. I believe Edward English is on in case we have any specific architectural questions. Talia Theron Brown is our civil engineer, as well as our landscape architect. And we have Lamine Yang on today, and then BCM Contractors will be our contractor. Next slide. Thank you.
And the Crescendo is the first phase of UNI's purpose-built community located in the Wendell Phillips neighborhood. Kansas City is the 15th city out of 28 cities that are part of a national purpose-built communities network. So we're excited that this is our first project in Kansas City, and happy to share that with our other network members soon here when we break ground. We've been working with the Wendell Phillips neighborhood since our inception, but specifically around this project since we partnered with Brinshore in early 2018. And we've been updating the neighborhood on various stages of the development in terms of financing, any changes to the plan as we've gone through the process. This building is truly mixed income in that it will have units that are for rent and available for 30% area median income residents, all the way up to 80% area median income. And as the staff mentioned, it is 1, 2, and 3 bedroom units, all configured across 9 buildings that are 3 stories. The location of the community building, as staff showed, is at the corner of 25th and Highland, and it will include office space for UNI. That way we're back in our service area, and then also community space for the residents to enjoy as well. And then we do have goals to meet our MBE, WBE participation through both construction and our soft box. Next slide.
Yeah, and this, you already saw the site plan, but this is just the nice colored version. So you can see the community building to the south and then the townhomes stretching to the north. Next slide. The elevations again, we wanted to reflect kind of a traditional, neighborhood design in the area with materials and colors. Next slide. The community building elevations again, as you saw from the staff report. Next slide. And this has just been some of our timeline to date and moving forward. We received a tax credit award from the Missouri Housing Development Commission for 4% federal and state tax credits in June of 2021. We have been working on that for a couple of years, so we're excited to get the award this year. We presented to the 3rd District Council members in late summer, early fall, and then we held the required public engagement meeting with the community on November 23rd, I believe was the date. And that was in conjunction with the Wendell Phillips monthly meeting. So we had fairly good turnout. I believe you have that list in your staff report. And then we are looking at a spring 2020 construction start, and it would be about 1 year of construction. So we'd be opening in about spring, early summer of 2023. And again, thank you for our time, allowing us to go through these couple slides.
Thank you. Any questions from the commission to the applicant?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I'm just interested, what is your percentage of MBE, WBE participation? Just interested to see what that is.
I can pull that up in some project documents. We will be significantly exceeding the MBE, WBE requirements set forth by the Missouri Housing Development Commission. That is 15% MBE and 10% WBE, both on the hard and soft cost side. So we are exceeding that on both sides, but I can also pull up where we're projected right now if that's of interest.
Yeah, I'm just interested. I just commend you for maximizing MBE, WBE content participation. So, but would be just interested to hear a figure at some point.
Great, thank you.
All right, any other questions? Looks like a great project. Glad to see this come through. So at this time, let's go ahead and open it up for any public testimony. So if there's anybody out there that would like to speak regarding docket item number 11, please raise your hand and you will be called upon.
Mr. Chair, no one's raising their hand.
Okay. So we'll go ahead and close public testimony then. I guess my other question, you guys have had a chance to take a look at the conditions stated. Any comments with any of those?
We do have, I think, a few comments. Lamine, would you like to address those? I'm not sure if they're that notable to bring up here, but I'll let Lamine speak to that.
No, we had discussed all the conditions internally, and there was no condition of significant concern at this point. We can resolve the comments with staff as we go into the building permit application process.
Okay, sounds good. All right, anything else this time? So we'll go ahead and close all testimony then and speak amongst the commission. If there's nothing to discuss, I'll go ahead and take a motion, please.
I move to approve case number 11 with conditions.
Second.
Okay, so I've got a motion and a second for approval of docket item number 11 with conditions stated. Lisa, can you take roll call on the motion, please?
Commissioner Allender,
Aye.
Baker,
Aye.
Beasley,
Aye.
Crowell,
Aye.
Enders,
Aye.
and Rojas.
Aye.
Okay, it looks like the motion passes 6-0. We certainly appreciate you bringing it in and thank you for this wonderful project. Good luck moving forward.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hope to see you again with more of them, frankly. All right, so with that, let's move on to docket item number 12, please.
Right, docket item 12 consists of 3 companion cases. Starting with 12.1, case number CPC 2021-00144. A request to approve an area plan amendment to the Shoal Creek Valley area plan to change the recommended land use from open space / buffer and mixed use community to industrial to allow for an outdoor vehicle storage use on about 3 acres at the northwest corner of Northeast 76th and Flintlock. It's actually the northeast corner of that intersection. Docket item 12.2, case number CPC 2021-00143. A request to approve a rezoning to district MPD and a preliminary development plan to allow for the same at the same location. And docket item 13, which is companion to 12.2, so I'll call it now, is case number ROW 2021-00032. A request to vacate a portion of Northeast 76th Street located between Northeast Flintlock Road on the west and North Church Road on the east to allow for the proposed use. Shu Wood is the staff planner.
Good afternoon, everyone. All right. I'm going to share my screen in a second.
As you get started here, please note, Lisa, that Commissioner Baker has left us for this
Get it,
case.
Lisa?
Got it.
Okay.
So this case in front of you is a rezoning to MPD / area plan amendment and also a right-of-way application as well. The right-of-way application for vacating the right-of-way was handled by staff, Zach Nelson, and he is here as well if you have more questions after this presentation. Here's the location of the subject site. It's located in Northland, west of Highway I-35 and south of Highway 152. More specifically, it's located on the northeast corner, like Joe mentioned, at the North Flintlock Road and Northeast 76th Street. Currently, it is undeveloped. It's zoned B2-2 for mostly neighborhood and community businesses. And the surrounding land is including M1-5 to its north, that's currently used for automobile services, and B4-2 to its east, that's for a contractor garage business, and undeveloped land to the south, which is on R6 and roundabout to the corner of the northwest corner. There is regulated stream running through the site from north to south, located on the west side of the site. The site is generally flat and undeveloped. And currently there's no waterman or sewerman at this location. Here's the view looking east on North Flintlock Road. The subject site is located on your left hand. This is the view looking west from on the North Flintlock Road, and the subject site is located on your right hand. Here's the view looking south on Northeast 76th Street. The subject site is located in front of you. All these street views just kind of give you a little bit idea about what the surrounding look like, and it is heavily wooded at some point, and what's the nature resources look like at that location. So the applicant requested rezoning to MPD to accommodate a use for a vehicle storage for 228 stalls. And staff believes that this rezoning to MPD does not comply with today with our zoning codes that stated for MPD intention. More specifically, there are 4 intentions for the general rezoning to MPD. The first one is enhance the protection of natural resource areas. Staff don't believe it's satisfied with this need for increasing the impervious area largely at this location, considering the stormwater runoff at this location will be an issue with the regulated stream. And then number 2 is a traditional urban redevelopment. This site is not subject to this criteria. Number 3 is mixed use development, and this is a use for vehicle storage and towing services. Staff doesn't believe it complies with this need as well. Number 4 is mixed housing development, which is not applicable. So in general, staff doesn't believe it meets the intention for rezoning to MPD. And the second part is for the area plan amendment application. Currently, the future land use at this site, as you can see highlighted in yellow, recommends mixed use community, which is striped dark red, and open space and buffer, which is in the light green, that's located along the regulated stream. So for this site, in order to accommodate this use, the applicant proposed to amend the area plan recommendation from, like Joe mentioned earlier, from mixed use community and open space and buffer to, I believe, a industrial use category, and staff doesn't believe it complies with the area plan recommendation. And the third portion of this application is the proposed vehicle storage reuse. According to our code, in the 300 series, and more specifically, it's 88-375, that's our use regulation for vehicle storage and towing services, which does require a 500 feet separation from any R district, which stands for residential district. So as you can see, this highlighted site for a 500 separation, it will be encroaching largely to the south portion of the properties that's located on the other side of Flintlock Road. It's currently zoned R6 for single family residential use. It is undeveloped at today. And the last portion is the right-of-way vacation application, as I mentioned earlier, for the right-of-way vacation city-CPC-2021-00032. The applicant proposed to vacate the northeast 76th Street along the north property line to accommodate the proposed site plan for vehicle parking. And staff believe the vacation would increase an unnecessary burden to the nearby properties. And I will explain a little bit more about how this becomes a concern for staff. So the subject site is this little triangle or pie shape over here. The proposed vacation is highlighted in red, as you can see, for this portion of northeast 76th Street. Currently, the street has not been built and we're connected to the roundabout. However, the street does maintain the full access potential, full access for the property that's highlighted in yellow, which is located directly to the north of the site. This is the only option for full access for this site because for the northern site, the access from North Flintlock Road, which can be pursued, but not for a full access due to the median on the Flintlock Road and due to the separation requirement from the roundabout. So staff believes the proposed right-of-way application will create an unnecessary burden to the nearby property. Therefore, here is the site plan being proposed by the applicant. They did propose 222 vehicle storage spots on the mostly located in the middle and the east side of this property. The applicant did try to avoid the stream buffer and did come up with a stream buffer plan. As I mentioned earlier, there is vehicle storage use encroaching the existing right-of-way, and therefore that's the reason they're proposing for a right-of-way vacation. This is a landscape plan being proposed by the applicant. The applicant did propose parameter landscaping, however, no internal landscaping has been proposed. The applicant also proposed the black metal mesh 6-foot tall fence along the entire property. Staff recommends denial for the rezoning to MPD application and the area plan amendment due to the reasons that have been stated earlier. Staff also recommend denial on the vacation application due to the unnecessary burden being created near the property, which doesn't comply to our code. I'm open to questions, and I do have a applicant PowerPoint afterwards, so whenever you guys are ready.
So I guess this case before us is just trying to rezone to an MPD. And it's basically for a storage lot for vehicles. If not an MPD, what would be a traditional type of application for this type of use?
So this particular use is allowed in M1 and I believe B4 as well. And Joe, you can correct me if I'm wrong. The reason they're rezoning to MPD particularly is due to the use regulation because we do require vehicle storage and tow services has to be set 500 foot away from the residential district. And we don't have such requirement for MPD district. So staff believes the rezoning to MPD is merely being proposed to circumvent this requirement.
Okay.
Shu, I think the point about it being close to the neighborhood, although it's undeveloped, makes a lot of sense to me. One of the parts that doesn't make as much sense to me is the viability of the parcel to the north. Based upon the stream that goes through there and the topography, do you, I mean, and I know, you know, who knows, but do you all actually anticipate that someone would develop that plot of land?
So to be honest with you, I do agree with you that this land over here currently has a stream buffer running through the middle of the site, and it has a challenge to its topography. It will be very difficult. I cannot say how difficult really it is. It is not as easy to develop this land as possible, but I cannot rush into a conclusion that this lot is undeveloped due to the timing being given in today's technology and the willingness of the landlord who wants to develop this land. And by the way, so according to our zoning code, the land is developed or not is not a criteria that we consider when we look at the street vacation. So therefore, that's being taken out of our consideration. But to answer your question, this land might be difficult to be developed, just considering these facts.
I missed one part of that. Did you say something about the current owner of that land?
Staff has not received any feedback from the current owner for this land.
Gotcha. You were just saying theoretically, you don't know what the current owner would. Okay,
yes.
Gotcha. Cool. Thank you.
Any other questions from the commission to city staff? Okay.
I'm
Seeing none, let's
sorry.
go.
Hold on.
Oh, I'm
I
sorry.
could, that's all right. It takes some time to get mute off. So Shu, am I seeing this correctly? There's not an entrance to the freeway system to the right of where the red is. If you continue on that piece of road, is that dead end or is there some way to get to this system? That's another road. That's another road, right?
Yeah, if you're asking particularly, so this proposed vacation, if you do continue it to the east, heading to the east, and by the way, this portion of the road is also called Northeast 76th Street. So Northeast 76th Street is bounded by this site, and it wraps around and continue to the east. And it will lead to North Church Road. That's located on the west side of Highway 35. It doesn't have direct access at this location to Highway I-35, but it will continue to the North Church Road, which will eventually to the ramp to the highway.
So thank you. I hadn't caught the name of the road toward the bottom. I just saw the red. So thank you. So it does come out to another road. Okay, thank you.
All right, any other questions? Okay, let's go ahead and welcome the applicant to this case. So do you mind promoting them?
Yeah, I just promoted Patricia and Robert De La Fuente.
Okay. Good afternoon.
Shu, would you take that PowerPoint down? I've made some revisions. And I've got it to share.
So I will just leave the screen to Ms. Jensen to share them.
Yes,
Is that okay?
please. Mr. Chairman, members of the commission, my name is Patricia Jensen with the Rouse Stretz Law Firm with offices located at 4510 Bellevue. And on the line also is Robert De La Fuente with the Star Development. This is really a case of form over function, and I'm going to give you some more background on our discussions with staff previously before Star acquired the property. So let me share my screen and I'll go into it. I think it's important to note, Commissioner Beasley, that Flintlock does not connect to I-35. The city and the state of Missouri and the city of Liberty cooperated with the construction of the Flintlock flyover. So Flintlock was improved and it flies over I-35 and there is no connection there to I-35. As Shu has stated to you, Shooting Star Development requests that you approve the amendment to the Shoal Creek Valley area plan from mixed use to commercial, not industrial, as Shu stated during her staff report. That you approve the rezoning of the site to MPD with approval of the parking facility. And just for your information, there is a lease with Ford Motor Company that this is a parking lot to help them find some area to store some of their Ford Transit vans. As you know, in today's environment, they sometimes have some difficulty getting all of their parts. So they have to store those vans in various areas around the city. This is very close to the location of Ford Motor Company's plant, and it makes all the sense in the world. We believe that the MPD not only provides for the parking facility and vehicle storage, but also to preserve the stream buffer on the western side of the property, which we have accommodated. And we believe the MPD category recognizes that. And then also we have enhanced the landscaping on the south side of the property adjacent to Flintlock Road. Just as a member of somebody who was a steering committee member of the new zoning code when it was developed, one of the things that was most important to the development community is that there was a zoning district that would provide and accommodate for some of these unique situations. That's how the MPD was created in the first place. And then the third request is to vacate a portion of Northeast 76th Street. And I'm going to show you when the Flintlock flyover was constructed, Northeast 76th Street was actually removed. The pavement was removed from the area that we're asking to vacate. And I'm also going to note that the owner on the north side of where we're proposing to vacate is the owner of both parcels on the north side. And that owner has consented to the vacation of Northeast 76th Street. That owner is an industrial owner and parks very large semis on that north side. I'll show you some pictures. So as Shu has identified, this is the aerial that identifies the location of the property. This is the owner who owns both of those parcels. And
excuse me, Ms. Jensen, are we supposed to be seeing something? Because we're not.
You aren't?
No.
Well, what's my problem? Somebody's going to come in and help me. I did. Sorry. An old lady sometimes has technical problems. Okay, I believe you now see it, correct?
Yes.
Thank you, Commissioner Beasley. What? Why? So how do I change the screen? So this is now the zoning map of the parcel and the surrounding area that we're talking about. So our site is currently zone B2-2, and the site just to our east is zone B4-2. Truck parking is permitted in B4-2. What exists to our east and what you all have seen and approved recently is a contractor storage garage. That is what exists on that B2-2 or B4-2 parcel. It's because of the 500 feet restriction that we're asking to rezone it to MPD. To the north of us, the property is zoned industrial M1-5. The Shoal Creek Valley land use map calls for the existing land use is mixed use community. And the proposed land use that we've requested is commercial. And then the surrounding land use is industrial to the north. The area plan amendment and the MPD rezoning requests us to allow the deviation that these uses shall not be located within 500 feet of the residentially zoned property. That property to the south is residential, is zoned residential, but it's not able to be developed residential given its topography, large amount of streams on the property, and the city stream buffer requirements. And I will go through a slide that shows all of those issues later on. So we believe that we are eligible for MPD zoning because MPD, it's not just limited to those 4 types. If you look at the exact language from the MPD zoning, it says examples of the types of development that may benefit from MPD include the following, but it does not limit it to those 4 categories. Plus, we believe that we are preserving the stream buffer on our western portion of our property. This is some photos I'm going to go through. The one on the left looks northwest at the property, and you can see the one on my right looks northwest from the property. It is a very rugged piece of property. The one up in the corner shows you the, well, they both do, shows you the property located directly to our north, which has very big semi truck vehicles sitting there all the time on that site. And then this is pictures of the contractor storage garage that exists to our east. And this is a property photo of Northeast 76th Street that staff is recommending not be vacated. And this shows you the condition of what that property looks like trying to construct a street through that site. This is the site plan as Shu has shown you. And this is a landscaping plan. And one of the things we did was to make sure that we heavily landscape the exterior of the site. Similar to what we did for when your park and go property was approved up by the airport. We heavily landscaped the exterior of the site. This is the stream buffer plan, and as you can see, we're protecting the stream buffer in this area. We believe that the zoning request is appropriate. This is the MPD statement of intent that we filed with the plan. And as I stated, it does not limit it to the 4 examples Shu put up on the screen. These are an example of where you and the city council have found flexibility in MPD. MPD has been used all over the city. We had we followed the public engagement process. We mailed the letters to the adjacent owners on October 7th, and we had our neighborhood meeting, public engagement meeting on November 4th. There were 2 persons who attended. One was the representative of the contractor storage garage, and the other was the Shoal Creek Valley Neighborhood Association. and he did not have any issue with what we were proposing. I'm going to go through a timeline because some of the discussion with the staff has said, well, you just shouldn't have bought the property. You should have moved on, and you should have found a different piece of property. We held a pre-application meeting with the staff on March 26, 2021. We didn't have bad feedback from the staff. They agreed that the use was appropriate, especially given the location to the Ford Motor Company, who is our client and who we were trying to service. On May 5th, Shooting Star Development acquired the property. And then you'll see a series of email correspondence between myself and Diane Binkley talking about the 500-foot separation. Diane at that time agreed that the zoning would be a B4 category, but it's not an option if the 500-foot separation cannot be met, and the council cannot waive the standard through a development plan. I emailed her back and said, the only option for us is MPD, where the council has that authority. Diane said that the staff's not supportive because they believe this circumvents the code. I don't believe so. I think it applies the code and makes the code flexible, which is what the code is supposed to be. And then you'll see some correspondence between Diane and I where Diane said that that we should have not purchased the property. Well, we purchased the property only after we met with the staff. And then in July, on July 22nd, I received an email from Diane acknowledging that the staff missed it during this discussion on our pre-application meeting. We filed the applications on July 30th. And we filed the vacation application on September 9th after we received all the consents, which includes the owner's consent, and it includes all of the utility company consents to the vacation. So I'm going to go through a little bit of history with 76th Street at this location. We asked for the vacation of the portion of 76th Street that heads to the west from 76th Street, North Church intersection. These are the approval requirements for the right-of-way vacation. I'm going to analyze them a little bit later. This is the flood hazard area map, and you can see that trying to connect 76th Street to Flintlock would be difficult in this location because of the flood hazard area and the stream buffer areas. This is what's currently occurring on 76th Street. The city doesn't maintain it. It's used as an illegal dumping site, and it will never be connected. And I'm going to actually show you that the city tore out the pavement when the Flintlock flyover was constructed. So here's more pictures of the illegal dumping that's going on. And then this looks towards the east on North Church Road, or towards North Church Road on the remaining portion of Northeast 76th Street that is relevant. This is the Flintlock flyover. So these are before and after pictures of what this site looked like before the Flintlock flyover was constructed, and then after the Flintlock flyover was constructed. And you can see on the 2012 aerial map, it appears some sort of a street, I don't know how good it was, connected all the way from Church Road to what was then Flintlock Road. But if you look on the right side of your street, you will see where that street was removed. The Flintlock flyover, which everybody supported, especially in the Northland, was opened in August of 2013. It was a partnership between KCMO, Liberty, and the Missouri Department of Transportation. It the improvement addressed improving safety and reducing congestion at key locations in the area. So going through the factors of the right-of-way vacation, all of the property owners have legal access. Everybody acknowledges that that parcel, that second small parcel adjacent to Flintlock will not really be able to be developed. At most, you'll be able to get one house in there, and people would acknowledge that they need just to turn right in, right out only to get into that site. And they have provided their consent. The second is the retention of the public right-of-way or subdivision serves no current purposes and no future useful public purpose is anticipated. As I stated, the city and MoDOT tore out that connection to Flintlock at the time that the Flintlock flyover was done. It is not being done in violation of any standards of the subdivision regulations. The vacation does not disrupt the street network or reduce connectivity because the city worked to connect 76th Street and turn it so it goes south and links up with Flintlock Road. The vacation does not result in a dead-end street or alley. In fact, it removes a dead-end street right now, which is nothing more than a dumping ground. The vacation does not result in the traffic being routed through an alley. That's the vacation vacates the entire width of the street, and 76th Street is not on the city's major street plan. I'm going to go through, we've got some revisions and some deletions that we're requesting from the staff recommended conditions. If you agree with us to approve the applications in front of you, the slide one are right for the right-of-way vacation. We agree with the vacation condition. Number one on the rezoning and area plan amendment revisions, it says add a note to the plans that state. And we've asked to say without the approval of KC Water Services Director. So we believe that like other areas in the city, the Water Services Department will work with us to accommodate what we need to do on the site. That is true for number two. And then we're asking you to delete condition 17, which deals with the vacation. Number 18, that says staff does not agree, staff states that the vacation does not comply. And number 20, which says Public Works does not support the vacation of this right of way. So with that, we request that you approve these three items subject to the revised conditions. I'm going to stop sharing my screen so Robert can provide any other comments. Robert De La Fuente, you can provide your comments.
Yeah, I think Patricia was pretty thorough, but if anything, if you could rest your slideshow on the FEMA flood map that shows that it's floodway to the south and floodway to the north, so that everybody can just understand that those are parcels that are never going to be developed, and that the industrial use that we're asking for is probably the best fit for that area. But happy to answer any questions.
Mr. Chair, I have three.
Go ahead.
Ms. Jensen, on the distance, what is the distance to the Shoal Creek neighborhood? Shu had brought up the 500. So what is it actually? Do we know?
I'm not sure what it is. There might be Anthony Brown might be on, or Robert, do you know?
The distance to Shoal Creek?
Not Shoal Creek. It's the distance to the neighborhood to the south.
To the south.
Commissioner Beasley, I think when I was looking at it, it looked, because I had to look a couple times, to the existing homes, it's over 500, but to where it's zoned R6, it's certainly not 500. And so that was my main concern at first, having now seen, that the likelihood of development is low there, maybe it's not as important, but I know that to the existing homes, it's over 500, but it's like, across the street essentially to where it's zoned R6.
Okay. So there is possibility for further development that would impede that distance. Okay, so.
No. Madam, no, there is not, because of the floodway map. If you want me to share that map again, I can do that.
No.
If you could throw that up, Patricia, I think it'd be helpful. It looks like the nearest house going off of Google is about 750 feet away. And then the distance between them and us will never be developed due to that flood map there. The cross-hatched area, you just can't do anything there. You can't raise the level to come out of the floodway. No development can occur in that cross-hatched area whatsoever. So that area is never going to be developed. The area to the north is never going to be developed.
So is that owned by the Shell Creek neighborhood developer? The property you're saying can't be developed, who owns it?
It's owned by the person that we bought the parcel that we're talking about today. I can't remember what his name is, but it's not owned by us, and they understand that it won't develop.
I'm trying to see if it's owned by the people that develop the housing development.
It is not.
It's all owned by Shooting Star Development.
Yeah, the deed actually included that area, Kobe, and I don't know, Robert, if you've redone your deed, so you don't.
We fixed it. We had to, Kobe, we had to do a corrective deed for some reason, and the deed that we were only buying what's circled in red, but they gave us the other half, but we've since gone back and corrected it.
So Tyler, the portion that you were looking at to be developed, they're saying they own that now. Is that, are we on the same page with that?
They're saying that the person that they purchased it from still owns it. And I originally, not looking at this floodplain map, that was my primary concern, that, it's going to be developed later. And then having looked at the topographic maps and then also this map, I completely agree that no one's going to try to develop there. Or at least I wouldn't anticipate anyone would try to develop homes there.
So my other question, Ms. Stinson, was you had shown a list of exceptions that had been made for the MPD. Too small for us to read. So can you tell me a couple of sites that are close to this site that exceptions were made?
I don't know that it's necessarily super close. I mean, MPD has been used in the city in a number of areas. One includes Northwest 88th and North Baltimore by Metro North Mall, the Metro North area mall that they're redoing. There's another one that we did for Quick Trip at Westport Road and Mercer here by my office. That was just a single lot. And that was just to accommodate the demolition and reconstruction of the Quick Trip in the Westport area.
So I'm really only interested in up north exceptions.
We've done MPDs at 152 and 169 for a multi-family townhome and senior living development that's called Village of Viewcrest. We've done, as you recently remember, we did Hy-Vee up at North Oak and Shoal Creek Parkway. That was just for the Hy-Vee development.
So Kobe, might I ask you, since that's your stomping grounds, those that she listed, how close are they to what we're looking at?
Oh, they're not that far. They're all now in the new district too, so that they're wanting to make it look like.
Yeah.
Okay.
Kobe, that's a whole nother thing.
Yeah.
So and then I guess my third question is, why do we need to vacate the street? I don't think I heard that. I just heard us discussing why you wanted to, but why do we need to?
because we are doing some construction on that street that is just purely a dumping ground. That street is never going to connect again.
So
If it
you're going to
does,
include it in your development then? Is that's what I'm hearing?
yes, our portion that we get, the north portion goes to the property owner on the north, but our portion we're included in our plan.
So is that going to stop the dumping on the other side then?
Yes, I believe it.
It should. Commissioner Beasley, we're trying to, we're next to a dead end street that the city doesn't even look at or maintain. We just want to clean it up. I don't know if Patricia, you can show those pictures. If you drive over there now, it's cracked. It's potholes. There's people have dumped TVs and old furniture. It doesn't really serve access for anyone going that way. There's just no reason for it. We just like to vacate it, incorporate it into our property so we can maintain it, and it'll look better.
So I think I've got one more that usually falls under questions from Commissioner Allender with the stream thing. How did we term that? The blue line that we're talking about, the water stuff.
Yeah, it's the stream area and it's protected by the city stream buffer maps.
So how are you addressing that on your property? Did I hear that addressed?
Yeah, we have stayed away from the stream. You'll see the very western portion of our plan shows all of the outer zones in the stream area that we are required to show to comply with the stream buffer ordinance.
Does that mean detention system or something by the stream? What's that mean?
No, it means you leave it alone. You don't develop in that area. We'll clean it up, but we're not going to develop in that area.
Okay. I think that addressed all my questions for now. Thank you so much.
I have a follow-up question. I haven't seen anything. It looks like you're going to put a lot of impervious acres on that site, or are you going to make it porous? But I'm just concerned with what are you doing with regards to stormwater management and runoff from the parking lot?
Robert, do you want to talk about that? I mean, there are conditions that deal with the storm drainage study, but Robert can give you a conceptual idea.
As far as I know, the BMPs to clean the water before it enters the storm system and then the retainage have all been addressed on the project plan. I'm not savvy enough to explain it or to go into it, but McClure is our engineer on this one. And I'm fairly certain that they've covered those two items.
Well, and there are conditions that address that too.
Well,
right. We'll have to.
Is it green infrastructure or is it just detention basins you're looking at there?
I don't know what BMP structures they're going to use.
Commissioner Allender, this is Stacy Love from Land Development. I can help. There is a proposed detention basin along the south side of the parking lot, taking up the majority of the green space that won't be impacted by the stream buffer.
But no BMPs are green infrastructure. They're just detention basins. Is that what I'm
Nothing
hearing?
that I can identify on the plan at this time. That's correct.
I think there's an opportunity here. It's up in natural systems. Just my thought is there should be something around green infrastructure put in just to blend in with that area. You're taking natural systems away. So that would be one thought on this development.
Okay, we'll definitely look at that.
Anybody else have any questions?
So does that need to be added for them to look at it?
I would certainly like some language in there. We seem to just do detention basins all the time up north. And I think there's opportunities to put a lot more green infrastructure in, and it'll help the planning of will help the city in the future, in my mind.
I'd support you adding it.
Chairman or Commissioner Allender, we would not have an objection to adding a condition that says that the developer explore using green infrastructure and meet with staff to discuss the same.
Right.
Okay, any other questions for the applicant on this one?
My only other comment is nobody's got a crystal ball with regards to whether we're going to use that or whether that location or that street's not going to be used in the future. It's an opinion from the applicant. But I don't think anybody's got a crystal ball to say that wouldn't be developed, and I'm not really 100% on board with vacating that road because of the connection.
Mr. Allender, I would just say that 76th Street was specifically constructed to head south to connect with Flintlock.
I had spoken with the former public works director for City of Liberty, a guy named Steve Hansen, when this came up with staff, and he had thought that the city was going to remove that section of road when the flyover went in. So I mean, I agree. You can't say with 100% certainty, but I think the most educated guess is no, that they'll never bring that in to connect to that roundabout across the creek there. It wouldn't make sense.
Well, my only comment is why then doesn't staff support vacating the road?
I don't know.
No, Commissioner Haller, this is Joe. I think we agree that it's very unlikely that it would ever be connected. The concern that we have is that it provides legal access to the west side, the property north of this site on the east side of the creek. So I think, as Shu explained, that property is bisected physically by the creek. And it is also very unlikely that that property will develop, at least with anything substantial, because of the presence of the creek. But we still are currently providing access to that property that would be taken away if it's vacated. So that's the basis of staff's recommendation on the vacation.
Great, thanks, Joe.
And that owner has consented to the vacation. They will still have access because they'll own half of that street.
Okay. Couple questions I have on the site. What's the fence look like that you're surrounding it? I see it's like a black vinyl. Does that mean like a chain link fence with black fabric attached to it, or what? Can you explain that a little bit?
Do you have that on your slide, Patricia? It's a chain link with the vinyl slats.
I'm going to it. Okay, where's my share screen?
I think it's on page 11.
Got it. I believe you see it. It's right here. Posing if we fence the area. Chairman Crowell, if you look at what the city has constructed, and I thought I had some slides of it, the city constructed a huge chain link fence along North Flintlock Road as, that's not the one, as when North Flintlock was constructed. Trying to see if I can find it. I don't seem to be able to find that slide. But the city has, as I walked from the site down to Flintlock and around Flintlock, there is probably a 12-foot chain link fence directly along North Flintlock Road.
Okay. So then, and that's going to go around the perimeter of the pavement or the whole parking lot itself?
Correct.
And then landscaping, what I'm concerned about is you're driving from the west to the east and you come to this roundabout, and obviously there's been a lot of public dollars spent to build the roundabout as well as the Flintlock flyover. But you're driving, from the west to the east as well as from the north south, and you see a parking lot there and see this vinyl fabric covered chain link fence. But and there's some landscaping proposed on the outside of that. I can read the kind of what it says on trees, but what does that really mean? I'm not good at my Latin's not that good to understand what actually those trees are and what kind of protection in that, or, to give a more visual appearance in that area.
Right. Robert, do you want to kind of go through? I believe I'm showing the landscaping plan. The
Sure.
fence is on the inside of that area.
I can't see what species of plantings those are, but Commissioner Kroll, our intent is to screen it twice. So once with that fence with the vinyl slats, and then we're going to do trees around the perimeter so that we're gonna tree heavy with pines and I can't actually read the species of trees, but our intent is to screen it with as many trees as possible in addition to that fencing.
It includes maples and white spruces and some versions that I can't really pronounce that well.
Yeah, an American hop hornbeam. I don't know what that is.
And then
I don't know what that is.
the shrubs include the boxwoods, the forsythia, the junipers, and the like.
I think that's a good reason to go back to what Commissioner Allender said about green infrastructure and natural systems, just because as I look at Google Maps, the first thing you see is really the stream buffer. And it would be nice to have an extension of that. And I agree with what you're saying, Chair Crowell, that it would certainly be unfortunate if people just saw a black fence, but perhaps the extension of the screening as it is into the green infrastructure might provide a really nice barrier.
So am I seeing only one entrance in and out? And if so, what street is that they're coming in and out on?
That is Northeast 76th Street. That was redone at the time of Flintlock flyover to turn to the south and connect to Flintlock.
So since I'm not
confusing.
familiar with the area, it's coming out and you can go over the flyover? It's
You
on
can
that side
go-
of it?
Yeah, you can't. You can go up to the north and head to the east and connect with North Church Road, and then head further north to connect to Northeast or 152 that has connections and access to I-35.
But to get the vehicles back to Ford, you would come out and go south to pick up the flyover?
My guess is they'll go on the flyover to get to their plant.
So that's south though of this?
Correct.
Okay. So that's on the back side. So the question that we're talking about now, when you're coming around the roundabout, the exit is not what you're going to see. It's south of that.
Yeah, you won't see this exit from the roundabout over.
Okay, that's all I'm trying to confirm is the orientation. So, okay, I'm with you.
Yeah.
Yeah, the trucks will leave east and then they'll go to the outer road along 35, most likely.
I'm just, how long is your lease with Ford for this property? For parking?
I believe it's 15 years.
Okay, great. Thanks.
Okay, any other questions from the commission for the applicant regarding this case? Okay, seeing none, let's go ahead and open it up for public testimony. So if there's anybody out there that would like to speak on docket item number 12, please raise your hand and you will be called upon.
There's no citizen that's raised their hand, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Sounds good. So we'll go ahead and close public testimony. At least we went through the motions on that. So I guess the other thing, I think everybody's in a deep thought about this and you know, what to think about. From my standpoint, the project itself, I'm okay with that, especially with the landscaping around the fencing. I still have a hard time with this being an MPD. I understand why you're going this route. I just, in my personal belief is I believe the MPD is reserved for something different than that, that gives the flexibility for a mixed use type of thing. We have commercial and residential mixed together or something thereof. And this being more just kind of just a parking lot, storage area. I just don't see that really being a part of the MPD and what it was intended for. But again, the project itself, I'm fine with that, especially in this location. There's not that much, or if anything, that you can develop on the south side of Flintlock, as well as the north lot there. It's really not going to be developed. There's too many hurdles to have to jump through, unless a developer, if Robert just has a lot of extra money he wants to spend and something to do, maybe then. But I don't think these lots are going to have something develop on them in the future, just because of the creeks and hoops you have to jump through. I wish in some ways that there's a thing we could say, well, let's just wipe the MPD out and go with the rezone to get what they need here. And then that just be the application, or that be the process for that. But unfortunately, that's not the way to do that. But I just have a hard time making an MPD on this particular site. That's unfortunate.
And Chairman Crow, I believe if you guys would revise your development plan standards to give you some flexibility, you could have had that possibility. But if you recall, when we revised that recently, staff resisted giving more flexibility to the commission and the council. So we've limited the ability for you to grant deviations under the development plan standards.
Yeah, I think that's more of a council doesn't want to give us that flexibility
No,
because they want to have the final say.
I think the council would.
Yeah.
I know they would, because they give themselves that standard. So.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think the project makes sense in the sense that the way it's zoned currently and all the commercial activity to the north, and based upon the density in the area, I can't really think of a better use for the space. And so would hate to, I like that we can get creative and use, on the flip side of what you were saying, Chair Crowell, I like the idea that we can get creative and use MPD to get this through. I mean, I liked the idea that it didn't say, it needs to fit one of these 4 examples. It was purely, these are 4 examples. That said, I wouldn't want to repeat this on a regular basis. I think you're right. MPD is not meant to create parking lots, but at the same time, just looking at the space, the topography, if we're trying to find the best, highest use for land in the city, I can't think of anything else that's actually feasible in this location. So I want to support it and see it pushed through, but agree, this isn't probably what MPD was meant for, but acknowledging that, I would still want to move forward with it.
I suppose I have my real problem is we're putting impervious acres or impervious, not a lot of impervious footprint into Kansas City, Missouri. We have a lot of it. And I would just like to see more natural systems in this area. I think that if we've got an area here that is amenable to green infrastructure, in my mind, that's where it should have some development around green infrastructure to blend in to the natural environment. I've got a problem with just putting impervious acres there. I understand. I think it's good that it's supporting Ford, but that's a real problem for me.
Commissioner Allender, I think you should make it an opportunity to add that as a condition, because in my perspective, they're going to have to put these vehicles somewhere, and whether they find space or they create space, it's going to be creating impervious systems other places. And while we have the opportunity to, take part in this plan, we might not have the opportunity to in another type of plan.
That's a fair point. And I think what I would like to have is maybe stronger language than the applicant will consider it. Well, what happens if they just say, no, we're not going to do it?
I agree.
And so my view is we have stronger language in there for green infrastructure to be implemented on the site.
And I agree. I don't think it'd be, if we're going to do this workaround that the applicant has brought to us, then they need to work with us on other improvements. And I agree, it's not, they look at it, I think it's a requirement that they implement the green infrastructure as a condition.
Yeah. And then I would support it then if we did that.
I would as well. Right now, I'm trying to figure out, you can't split one from the other. And I'm like, no. So yeah, I want it to be stronger that they would implement the green infrastructure.
Okay. Any comments, Mr. Rojas?
Hit your space bar.
Still can't hear you.
Yeah. You're muted, Mr. Rojas.
How many trucks are you thinking about parking in there? Or cars?
228.
228?
That's what I wrote down.
Yeah.
Well, you're gonna need more parking lots. I think Ford produces just about that many in 1 hour.
They have several sites around town. I'm sure you've seen them. I think Ameristar Casino, their parking structure is full of these things. They've got them everywhere. There's a big need for these guys to store these things off site. And I appreciate the comments on the green.
You gotta put them somewhere or send the people home.
I apologize.
Workers, that is. The assembly line workers.
Yeah.
But I appreciate the comments on the green infrastructure. We'll definitely take a look at that and implement that on this and any other projects where we can. I'll just leave it at that.
Okay. So I think if the commissioners made a comments, I think I need to go back to before any motions made. Patricia, you talked about some conditions 1, 2, 17, 18, and 20.
Right. I'll share that screen.
Your hope is that we delete these, or?
Yeah, our request, I brought back up that PowerPoint so you can see the staff recommended conditions and the revisions we've asked for and the deletions as well.
So 1 and 2 are basically parking within Kansas City Water Services.
Within 10 feet of the main, and we just asked for some flexibility to have some discussions with the Water Services Director. We've done other sites and redeveloped other sites within over a water main and over sanitary with approval of the Water Services Director. So we know that they are flexible.
Travis, you still available? Travis Keeper?
Yes, this is Travis with Casey Water.
And your thoughts on 1 and 2?
No, those were specifically put in there because of the main running down 76th Street. There's also a sewer main that's currently under construction up there. But I think the location, the specific location of that may be altered, but that water main's in place now. And so we don't allow the long-term vehicle storage over the mains.
But part of it, Travis, is the landscaping that we have over there, and you do allow that. And I look at the sandbox site up at Berry and 169, and we came into an agreement with water on how we can make certain improvements over the water mains.
Well, again, even with the tree preservation ordinance that we're working on now, and also the AR for the city, we do not put trees over the mains, especially newly installed mains.
We're just asking for flexibility.
Okay. 17. So is that a condition for, I gotta go back.
That's for the petition for vacation. The zoning references that petition that the staff's recommending against.
Commissioner Crowell, this is Stacy Lowe. This was my condition. I would request that it remain. And if the council so chooses to strike it when they approve the vacation, they can do so. Otherwise, if the council does not support the vacation, we still need the condition on there to require the south half of 76th Street along the north side of that property to be improved. That's why the condition was written sort of as an either or. If the vacation is approved by council, we will not require the half street improvements. Otherwise, the half street will be triggered.
Oh, gotcha. And if that half street improvement is required, what's the extent of, what are the limits of that? Does it go clear to the roundabout, or?
We would just ask for it along the existing road as it exists now. We would not ask to be connected into the roundabout.
Okay. All right, so that takes care of 17, 18, and 20. I think that's just a statement. Can you explain that one, Jeff? Are you available?
I'm going to promote him. Jeff, you have to accept the promotion.
Yes, Jeff Bryan, Public Works. So yes, I was the one that did not accept the right-of-way vacation, and as explained, the primary concerns were just not knowing about the future. So not knowing what would happen. Right now the current landowner has no intentions of occupying or doing anything with that land to the north, but we've all seen in 10 years, 20 years, 30 years, we have no idea what'll happen. And so in that event, yeah, if vacating this, then we've tied hands. So that was the primary consideration for myself, was that parcel to the north. And we've even seen in the last couple of CPC meetings where other parcels that have been, well, largely deemed undevelopable have been developed. So I don't want to try to say that something will never be developed. I think if anybody wants to put enough money into it, more time and things like that, anything can be developed. But so that was the primary reason for not for whether you say denying or not approving the right-of-way vacation for this particular request.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, do you want me to leave the screen up or to remove it?
I've got the numbers down, and I'm sure the other commissioners have.
My view on those conditions is I think they should stay at this point. The 20, I still trying to understand what's the impact of not having, or what's the impact of on the development of keeping that road in place. What is the real impact? Is it just the amount of spaces?
I think it makes the project infeasible in the amount of the improvements that would be required. We're already being required to make improvements to Northeast 76th Street as it goes north and south. but then you're adding the extra costs on top of that.
So does that decrease the number of car spaces if you do not include that vacated part of the street?
Yes, it would.
By how many?
I don't know.
I also think it's worth remembering that the person who sold the plot to the north, who would benefit from that road, and the only reason that city staff has said we need the road, or that's not true, because Jeff just made a reason as to why you might want to keep it, but the initial reason was because someone might want to develop to the north, and the property owner to the north is fully aware that we're cutting off this road. And so it's, I mean, I just don't see it happening. It seems super unfeasible, and I don't think we need to be requiring people to improve roads that aren't going to be used.
That property to the north actually has signed a consent to vacate.
Well,
Excuse me, I was just going to say, again, Jeff Bryan, Public Works, but I don't remember if I mentioned before, but again, we never know if that current landowner changes in a few years, or 5 years, 10 years down the road too. So that's just another aspect of it is, yeah, you never know.
I think though that but that owner is foregoing the opportunity to sell the land to someone with that road attached. And so they're willing to take that on, and they're not going to be able to resell it at a rate that someone would view as developable. And so I do think that even if it does change hands, it would be with full disclosure of the limitations of the property.
And then additionally, if you remember the map I showed you, that property is totally in the floodway.
To that point, I mean, the floodway encompasses, excuse me, the majority of that parcel. I don't know how they would get access from the east to get past the floodway. They'd have to come off of Flintlock for the little piece that is not within the floodplain.
Okay. I think we've gone back and forth enough on the project. So this time I'm closing all testimony to speak amongst the commission and make any statements, and then hopefully we can come up with a motion and move from there.
Commissioner Allender, the reason I liked the amendment to number 1 is because it was saying, I think, subject to approval from Water Services Director, as opposed to saying you absolutely cannot do this. But it sounded like, from what Stacy said about 17 and 18, there's not a lot of harm in leaving those, as you had also suggested you'd like to. So my inclination would be to strike 1 and then to strike 20. Or I mean, yeah, but to keep the other 3 that were suggested by the applicant.
Yeah, I think I can support that. But I also want to put in that they have to put green infrastructure into the development.
Agreed.
Okay. Any other discussion? Thorstein?
I'm trying to sit here and think, we can say all of this, but how do we know they're going to actually do it?
Well, part of the acceptance of the project is going through the conditions, to get their final certificate of occupancy on that side.
Yeah, Commissioner Beasley, you don't know what the council's going to do either.
I know. That's why I'm sitting here thinking,
Yeah.
I'm torn, and I think I already stated earlier that if we're striving to work to get this project moving forward using this exception to change it to an MPD as opposed to what it currently is, then part of that partnership and agreement is to really put in the green infrastructure.
You know, I
I
would,
don't think that's too big of an ask to ask of them to do that. Being
Well,
civically and environment, all of the things that you look at to help the, we're dealing with so many climates and stuff. So I'm thinking that's not too much to ask. There should be some way to help them with whatever that cost would be, because I have no clue. But moving forward, we're working to help them with this project that still keeps the best interest of all parties forefront. So that being said, I'm still wanting that to take place.
Commissioners, if I may, I think you just add a condition that requires the applicant to take that into consideration. And I want to remind everyone that if this gets approved, there's a final plan that the commission will have to review and approve because the zoning is MPD. So you could stipulate in that condition that the final plan depict those BMPs so that you have a chance to see that again before it gets built.
yeah, I want it more than a consideration, Joe, though. You know, people can say they consider it, and then there's a number of reasons why they don't want to do it.
Sure, I didn't mean that they could choose not to. I just meant that they take the requirement into consideration. I could have worded that better. Right, because it's hard to stipulate what exactly they ought to do. They're going to need to have an engineer look at that.
Yeah, absolutely.
But to say that they shall incorporate stormwater BMPs and that be depicted on the final plan is hopefully would provide you that comfort that you'd be able to see that again.
So Joe, you're saying our caveat to doing that is they have to come back at a later date for the complete approval. Is that what I think I'm following you saying?
Yeah, all MPD zoning requests require final plan approval from the City Planning Commission prior to construction.
So how
they will have to come back for that.
So how is that affecting your timeline, Ms. Jensen, to get this project going?
We certainly are aware of the final MPD plan. So we will follow the commission schedule and get that submitted as soon as possible. We didn't want to submit it ahead of actually receiving approval of the MPD zoning and preliminary development plan.
So when are you really anticipating starting this project? What's your goal?
Well, our obligation with Ford is March. I don't know, Robert, what you anticipate in terms of being able to start maybe in February, I would guess, but we
Probably
will
at the soonest.
it will be a final MPD plan that's in front of you in February.
Yeah, I just wanted to add, I mean, the only thing I can say is you'll see this again, kind of like Joe had stated, when the project plan comes through. Star Development, Shooting Star in this instance, we do quite a bit of work in Kansas City. You'll see us in the future. So if I'm not good for my word, you'll certainly see it and be able to hold it against me. But I've been texting the engineer here as we're talking about how we can implement green infrastructure, and there's things that we can do, such as we could do infiltration trenches in the detention basins. There's just a lot of things that we'll do, and I'll make sure that get done to go towards your concern as far as the green infrastructure. We'll look at that. I promise you we'll do what we can on that, and then you'll see it when we come back through.
Okay, so your deliverables are in March is what I'm hearing. Yes, Stacy.
Sorry to interrupt, Commissioner Beasley, but yes, when they submit their construction plans, land development will review and verify that any of the green infrastructure has been incorporated into the project, and we will not release it for construction permitting until that condition has been satisfied.
Okay. I think I'm satisfied. What about the rest of y'all?
Yeah, I'm good to go with Commissioners Enders, striking 120 and making a condition that stormwater green infrastructure will be incorporated into the plan.
Is that your motion?
That would be my motion.
Is that all right, Kobe?
It's however you want to state it. So it sounded like you've got, you're saying in this particular case, a recommendation from the city staff is denial of 12.1, 12.2, and 12 and 13.
Mm-hmm.
So what you're saying is you're actually wanting to approve the case based on the staff report and the conditions as presented. Is that correct?
No, I thought, aren't we striking 120?
Yeah, with the changes on deleting condition 1 and 20, and then in the addition of the green infrastructure.
And not considering incorporating green infrastructure,
Okay.
green infrastructure.
So maybe you need to go with a full motion again, just to have it.
Mr. Chair, I've now forgotten what docket number that is. 14? 12.
12.1, 12.2, and 13.
12.1, 12.2. Mr. Chair, I move to approve 12.1, 12.2, 12.3 with amendment of condition.
Sorry, this is Sarah, but I think you're talking about 12.1, 12.2, and 13, case 13.
That's correct.
13. Okay. Thanks, Sarah.
Yep, sure.
I approve 12.1, 12.2, and 13, striking conditions 1 and 20, keeping 2, 17, and 18 into place, and adding a condition that stormwater green infrastructure will be incorporated into the development.
Second.
Okay, so I've got a motion and a second for docket items 12.1, 12.2, and docket item 13 to approve the project and striking 1 and 20 from the conditions of 12.1 and 12.2. I wanted to look real quick. Were there any conditions stated in 13 before we move forward on that?
There's one condition, Chairman Crowell, and we don't have any issues with it.
Okay, and maintaining the one condition in 13. All right, so I got a motion and a second for that. Lisa, can you take roll call, please?
Yes. Commissioner Allender,
Aye.
Beasley,
Aye.
Crowell,
I'm going to state this again, that my vote on this project is not necessarily because of the project itself. It's just the use of the MPD. And so my vote is a no on this.
okay. Enders
Aye.
and Rojas.
You're muted, Mr. Rojas. We can't hear you.
Okay.
Gotcha.
So the project is approved 4-1. We appreciate the project. And again, I think it's a good project for this particular area. And I think we've come to a good consensus on this. So good luck as you move forward, and we'll see you when you come back with your final development plan.
Thank you, Chairman
Thanks,
Crowell.
everyone.
Yeah, thank you.
I just want to say I would be happy to work with the commission on providing some flexibility in the development plan, so you don't have to use the MPD. I think the council would be thrilled with that too, so.
Okay, that's probably something you can bring up with Joe and Diane or even Director Williams on how to do that. So we're, I think next month or two, we are going to have some text amendments. So that might be something to talk about in the future.
Great.
All right, thank you.
Bye-bye.
Okay, so that gets us through that. So we've got one item left, which is docket item number 14.
All right, docket item 14 is a request to approve an amendment to chapter 88-605-03 pertaining to the street naming committee. And Diane Binkley, our deputy director, has been handling this, but she is in a budget meeting right now, so I'm going to cover it for her. Bear with me just a moment. All right, so the proposed amendment, as I mentioned, pertains to the street naming committee. We currently have this code section 88605 in the ordinance, so the street naming committee exists already, and it mainly operates, the vast majority of its work has to do with when new neighborhoods are platted. So typically as part of the final plat process, or between the preliminary and final plat, there is a street name plan that is submitted and reviewed by this committee and ultimately accepted or approved by the committee. And then that forms the basis for how addresses are assigned to each individual lot. The addressing itself is handled by our permits division. The street naming committee is administered by my division, but it includes representatives from the departments listed here, 1 through 5. So in addition to our department, it's Public Works, Parks Department, Fire, and Police. There is an official street grid that we apply when we review a street name plan that is a guide in the naming conventions of the streets. And for the most part, this functions with little attention from anyone, frankly, other than the applicants and city staff. However, as I think most of the commissioners are probably aware, there have been a couple street renaming procedures lately that have generated a lot of public interest. And when that occurred, we were asked to provide an opinion as to what should happen when an existing street is officially renamed. And the code is silent about that. It doesn't talk about renaming existing streets. So the outcome of the recent renaming of streets in the city was that the council directed staff to explore amending the ordinance to create a process or outline a process for when streets are renamed, and to also modify the process or look at modifying the process for applying honorary street names. So both of those are already in the code. And I want to be clear that the street naming process, 99.9% of the time, the vast majority of the time, it's applying new streets being created before anything's even built on them. The issue that arose this year was with the renaming of existing streets with existing development on it and how that might impact the property owners. So basically, what we're proposing to do with this ordinance is add a new section that describes street renaming that you see here on this slide. And it requires a recommendation be made by the committee, street naming committee, and that the decision to rename an existing street with existing development on it, that decision is held by the city council. There is no city planning commission recommendation required. It simply goes from staff, who just simply looks at, how many properties are being impacted, whether that complies with the street grid that I previously mentioned, and then we would make a recommendation, the committee would, to the city council. It would also require a notice of hearing. That notice would be sent to all property owners within 300 feet of the street being renamed. So this is very consistent with our other public hearing notices. So everyone whose address would be affected by the renaming would receive a notification. The other part of the ordinance amendment, as I previously mentioned, has to do with honorary street names. Right now, the ordinance does allow for honorary street names to happen. As you all probably know, there are many that exist throughout the city. Honorary street names they are not official street names. They haven't been, and they will not be. We're not proposing to change that. They are duplicate name, so to speak. So you might have Oak Street with an honorary name, but it's still officially Oak Street. So this is not a street renaming. It's just honoring some individual by applying their name, for example, to that street sign. Currently, as I mentioned, the street naming committee has the authority to approve those. However, this amendment would give that authority to the city council, which staff is supportive of, because a lot of these street naming things, they probably should be honorary street name probably should be a public process and not something handled at the staff level. So those are the two amendments that are proposed to this section. And we're obviously we're supportive of the proposed amendments, and I'd be happy to try to answer any questions you have.
I do have a question, Joseph.
Mhm.
If I'm remembering currently, if it's a boulevard, Parks is involved in the naming, does that change?
No, that would
with
not
this
change.
proposal?
That would not change. They can initiate a renaming application. The only people that can, according to this ordinance, are the Parks Board, the City Council, and the director. But the director of our department can only do it if there's an error in the plat. So for example, if a street name plan got approved in a new subdivision by staff, and then the plat got recorded showing that name and it needed to be changed, in that case, the director could initiate the renaming, but only in that case.
So Parks Department or commissioners could request a name change, but then it still would come before council. They couldn't approve it themselves.
Right. That's right.
Okay.
Any other questions?
No, I think I like the change. Thank you.
I have a question. I think you put in there that the person or group of persons that request a renaming of a street must pay for the signs and upkeep of the signs
That's right.
continually.
Continually. Are you asking?
Yeah, for how long does this commitment stand? The renaming, the cost of the renaming or maintenance of it?
I don't know. You mean like once the sign's installed, how long do you have to maintain it? I don't know the answer to that. That's a good question.
So to the best of my knowledge, I've served on the street naming committee for a while. To the best of my knowledge, the applicants are only responsible for the initial installation and fabrication of the signs. And then once they're installed, to the best of my knowledge, Public Works is responsible for future maintenance of the signs.
But that's not what.
That's for honor. I'm sorry, Commissioner Rojas. The maintenance responsibility does apply to the applicant for honorary street names. So they're required to pay for the costs of fabricating the sign and future maintenance and replacement of the signs.
Okay.
So that would be permanent. Now that I know the context is only about honorary street names.
Okay.
All right, any other questions? Okay, seeing none, we'll go ahead and open it up for public testimony. If there's anybody out there, please raise your hand.
No one's raising their hand, Mr. Chair.
Okay, we'll go ahead and close public testimony then. With that, if there's nothing else to add, I'll take a motion, please.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to make a motion that case number 00204 be approved as presented.
Second.
Okay, so I've got a motion and a second for approval of docket item number 14. Lisa, can you take roll call, please, on that motion?
Commissioner Allender,
Aye.
Beasley,
Aye.
Crowell,
Aye.
Enders,
Aye.
And Rojas.
Aye. Sorry
Okay.
for the disturbance. I got a bad cold.
That's all right. So it looks like the motion passes for approval of docket item number 14. So with that, I think that takes us to the end of our agenda. Anything else to add, Joe, about our next meeting? I think, is it still kind of a light load?
It is a light agenda. There's probably less than 10 cases total. When you think about today's agenda, actually had more than 30 individual cases, if you count consent and all the companion cases. So it'll be shorter.
Okay.
A good holiday gift for all of you.
Thank you.
Yeah. All right. Well, thanks, everybody. We'll see you in a couple of weeks.
One
Thank
quick
you.
question.
Yeah.
If I were to actively pursue this, how would I do it? We've seen now a lot of vacations, and I used to think that the opportunity cost was different. Now, having heard them, they said, well, we don't want to cut, bear the expense of improving the street. And so not only are they getting extra land that was city land, they're also not having to pay for the improvement. I really love the idea of not you all spending your time, but if I could spend my time trying to figure out how to monetize that for the city, what is the right process? Who do I talk to? Is it talking to people like city staffers, council members? What would that look like? Because we've seen enough that even, I think it could be a relatively simple calculation with some room for flexibility when it's required. But as much property that we've given up in the short time that I've been on this commission, it would be really interesting that that could fund the extra tech person for the city planning department. And so I think it's worth just me exploring, not you all exploring. And I'd like to know which direction I head.
I like the way you're thinking, Tyler. We did an amendment to add the criteria to the ordinance probably 4 or 5 years ago. And at that time, there was discussion about trying to monetize that by capturing a fee from the owners who got the property based upon the area being vacated, for example. And there was just at that time, there was no support from, I believe, as I recall, I didn't work on it, but as I recall, it was city management and city council. So I would probably circle back with those people to see if there's interest at this time. It would more than likely require an amendment to the code, though, to do it. That's why I would
Great.
start there.
I'll start talking to everyone I can about it.
Okay.
You sound like you have way too much free time, Tyler.
I do. If anyone has any extra tasks or chores, putting up holiday lights or taking them down or raking leaves, just give me a call.
I need holiday lights hung.
Cool.
All right. Thank you, everybody. See you in a couple of weeks.
Thank y'all.